Go.
Welcome to Zombiepalooza Radio Live. I am Dead Williams. Our host Jackie will be here shortly. Our zombie guru Scott. A big long line of 5 different people. Enjoy!
Yeah. Yeah. Woo! All right.
Stand up on your own, you gotta do your own dance. Act like nobody is watching. It's something you can't see, but you can hold it in your hand. It's something that you hope that you don't leave without. We're the ones who sail along in times on our side. Stuck in the white to the right.
Woo!
We can't fight forever. No, you can't fight forever. No, you can't
Fight forever. Can't fight forever. Yeah. Woohoo!
Hello,
All right.
zombie fans. Hello, zombie fans, freaks, vampires, and everybody else. This is Crunchy. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share.
Please. Thank you. Woo!
Do you want to continue?
Forever. Woo! All right. We are here with Zombiepalooza Radio, and you've already met our staff for this evening. We have the only zombie that matters, Dead William.
Good evening. Another 5 hours of fun. Yay.
Yay! We have Scott Pearson, head of all things green in our research department.
Good evening, Jackie. Good evening, Dead Door. And good evening, everybody from Zombiepalooza.
Good evening. I like that announcer voice. That's pretty cool. All right. And we have the only bipedal that matters as an engineer. His name is Crunchy E. Squirrel. He's our chief engineer for Zombiepalooza Radio.
That's right, I got more nuts this time. So be
You do?
prepared. Be prepared.
I know, right? Because you never know. You never know.
Plow,
What do you-
plow, plow.
Yeah, that right there. All right. So Crunchy.
Yes.
When did you learn how to play football?
With what?
Football.
Football?
Yeah.
Football? When I was a little nut in high school.
Uh,
I learned it there, but, I kind of laid off because the balls were getting bigger.
yeah.
And,
They
and
do.
every time they tried to punt, I was right on it, and I couldn't get the ball down. So
We also got footage somehow
yeah, I know.
secretly
I thought
taken
that
out.
was a sport.
Yeah, from your secret lair. Dun 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 dun
Dun,
dun.
dun.
Doo-doo.
Yeah, it is a possible mission. That's a whole nother show.
I like that. All right. What else did he find in there, Scott? I mean, I know you had a couple other things.
Yeah,
Hey,
Scott, what
Scott.
are you finding in my stuff?
I know, right?
Unmute your mic, sir. It's the button on the right.
Click the button.
My
Scott
right ear
Pearson.
left.
Scott Pearson, you need to unmute your mic.
I knew that.
Okay.
Crunchy, all I want to know is, couldn't you have found a better team to play for than the Detroit Lions or Minnesota?
I knew he was going to say something. I knew it.
Yeah, I could have, but they didn't pay well.
You're a Southern States ground squirrel. What the hell were you doing in Minnesota?
Have you seen the ladies up there?
Well, yeah, but still, they have those in the South.
All right.
And the
So,
Yankees are nice.
yeah, what was that thing with the fire thingy? All of that kind of
The
flamethrower.
hot flamethrowers. Oh, yeah, well, I told me I was hot, so I had to show her how hot I was.
Jesus. All right. All righty, you. All right.
No,
Well, he has been doing productive things, too. He's learned his ninja attack quite well. You saw the thing on his page, right?
I did.
Yeah.
He wow, all of that. Just jumped right in there, knocked that thing over.
uh-huh.
Got to be agile. There's a lot of training.
Oh, yeah, 10 years of taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, karate, all kinds of martial arts.
So, Crunchy, how long do squirrels live?
I don't know yet. I'll tell you when I die.
Existentially, he'll come back and he'll be like, "Well, Jackie."
Well, reanimate.
It depends on the car, too. If it's a
Dead door
Fiat,
bite him before he goes.
What?
Dead door bite him before he goes. Then we know he'll reanimate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, please, Dipper. No, it depends on the car. If it's a Fiat, we get bumped over and kind of get up and shake it off. If it's one of them big ones, Ford or let's see, Dodge Charger, yeah, we're done. Those are too
Well-
fast for us to get away from.
Don't you remember the Lamborghini? I mean, you were on the racetrack. You told me, "Hey, I'm going to the races." He's
Well,
over there
I
on
was in the car, not under it.
the racetrack.
A friend of mine. Stopped over. Right.
Good one. I like
No,
that.
no, that was last week, Dougie. That was last week.
All right. So,
Yeah, I know. You want to read Tales of Apocalypse too? I know. You can't do it right now.
oh my goodness, Dead Door says that book is pretty cool.
I know.
Tales of the Apocalypse. So, I thought it was rather.
If you haven't got it, go get it.
Telling you, it's freaking awesome. And they have the audio version of it done too, I believe. Oh yeah, it's the 27th. Go get that thing. Besides, every book that's sold from Tales of the Apocalypse, $1 goes to Pets for Vets. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
It costs approximately $1,500 to match a pet with a vet. So it's kind of sort of expensive to get the right training and everything. But I tell you what, when these people match the pets to the right people, they not only also do that, but they supply the food, all the training, the shots, everything, so that the veteran doesn't have to do anything but have a really cool companion that gets him or her. Pretty cool stuff. Oh, Scott!
Yes.
Yeah, he's got a shush, because we can't have any swears on here. No swears. Okay, take care of that for me. All right.
I'm
So
not that fast on the beat, but
I don't want to have to mute anybody, and then I certainly don't want to have to mute my Scott here. All right. So anything else going on in the world of crazy? Today's Black Friday. Did you go Black Friday shopping?
I didn't know. There is no way my little butt going out there and that crazy. I'd get stomped.
You're crazy, but you're not stupid, right?
Bingo.
Right? My mama didn't raise me no fool. I couldn't go out there. I saw a video. I swear to God, if I was there in the store, Jackie would have went all bad. There was this little kid that was holding a vegetable, I think it was like a steamer or something like that, probably for holding it for his mom. And this crazy lady, out of nowhere, tackles a kid and takes the veggie thing. This is a child. No, it's on YouTube all over the place. Oh my God. I had it in my feed at least 5 or 6 times. I'm like, I thought it was only electronics you had to stay away from. Apparently, those vegetable steamers are pretty hot. But I hope she gets prosecuted to whatever extent of the law, because damn.
Find a board and go find her.
You might catch something, though. You might catch stupid, and you don't want to do that. You're pretty smart.
No, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's like biting politicians. You don't want to catch. Hashtag don't catch stupid. Or catch stupid or
Don't catch stupid. Hashtag don't catch stupid.
Hashtag don't catch stupid. We gotta put that on there. Hashtag.
Hey, I may be brainless, but I ain't stupid either.
I know, you're not.
You're not brainless. Your brain's just aromatic.
I think that was a compliment.
Yes, I have nothing. Thank you.
He doesn't get compliments too much from Scott, so that was kind of like, what?
So Scott, you calling him an airhead?
Well, that goes without saying, but we were talking about him.
I'm leaving. Before he stalks me.
Wow. Yeah.
Bye, Crunch.
Oh, God. Chief engineer. I know, right? Oh. Yeah, he's a squirrel, though. He's got to do stuff like that. All right, so we have a guest that's supposed to be coming on in like 30 seconds. Guest JH Glaze, and he creates in horror. We're going to have him click that button, please, and come on over and join us.
I said it will take him that long to get over here.
Shouldn't
Push the button.
I know. Push the button. Hopefully the sounds and everything else work, and we can get on with this. Woohoo! And you can't be in the YouTube as a viewer. You have to back out so we don't get double sounds.
Yeah. Bad enough hear me once, you hear me twice, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, right? Ugh. Oh, there he is. Isn't he handsome? Check you out. Okay, we have author JH Glaze that has just joined the call and is joining Zombiepalooza Radio for the first time. Welcome.
Oh, I have to get used to this. I've never done this on Google Hangouts before, so is my volume too loud or anything?
You're fine.
Okay, and can you see me live, or do you see my picture?
I can see your picture. Up at the top, if you're on the computer, you can go all the way up and turn your camera on or off. Take your mouse and scroll all the way up to the middle
Right.
of the thing, and
There it is.
oh, I see you. Now watch this. This will really freak you out. But you like horror, right? So check
Right.
this out. There you are.
I saw the fangs. Are those the removable? The kind you get at the conventions?
Do you ever watch Fight Club? And the rules of
The
Fight
first rule
Club?
about Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. So I can't.
You're talking to a real vampire.
It's a thing. All right. I love you anyway. Especially since you showed up and all that and didn't run away. Okay, so I'm going to properly introduce you to our staff, and then we're going to get right into it after I get your pages pulled up. We have with us, let's see, I'm going to bring on Scott Pearson. He's head of all things green in our research department for Zombiepalooza Radio. Go ahead, Scott.
Good evening, JH. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you. It's good to meet you.
It's good to meet you, too.
All right, and then we have, of course, the only zombie that matters, Dead Door William.
JH. Welcome to the show. Thank you.
Is there a sound processor for that voice, or is that just natural?
Fight Club.
Oh, that's all natural.
Fight Club.
110 years of naturality here.
I'm gonna change the show name. Instead of Black Friday, it's gonna be Fight Club.
That'll work.
Fight Club. All right. We used to have some rules for Zombiepalooza Radio. First rule of Zombiepalooza Radio. What was it, Dead Door?
We don't talk about The Walking Dead.
He's right. But then we did a lot. All right. And then, of course, we have our chief engineer for Zombiepalooza Radio, Crunchy E. Squirrel. Go ahead, Crunch.
Hello there, JH, and welcome, and all sounds and videos are good to go.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, so you write in the genre of horror thriller, and you have written 9 gender-bending books that carry their way to conventions that you go to in the Southeast with the sole purpose of introducing them to unsuspecting readers. And you grew up in Ohio, unfortunately in an abusive family environment, but what you do with your nightmares from your childhood is to weave bizarre experiences as an adult into tales that can grip you by the throat and not let you go until the last page is turned. If you love the long process of series of novels or the quick gratification of a short story, the works of J.H. Glaze hold something of interest for almost every fan of dark fiction and paranormal realms. Welcome, welcome, J.H. Glaze. So give me a little bit of a background on when you started writing these short stories and found that you had a niche.
Well, originally I started writing business articles and things like that. I used to have a website that was dedicated to business, and I discovered through that I could write just about anything on any topic. So the short stories themselves came after the first 2 novels, and I started that with a series of volumes that I called the Horror Challenge. And basically, I challenged my readers to give me any kind of a topic or a word or a thing or even a phrase, and I would write a horror story based on that. So I ended up writing like 47 short stories based on suggestions from my readers.
what a way to be able to get your readership up, get the people who are interested in the style that you write interested because they're already involved. Where did you get the idea to catch them right at the beginning?
Well, I really wanted to involve the readers. Whenever you're writing, unless you're out in at conventions and things like that, oftentimes you have no contact with your readers, and I wanted to involve them and at the same time get them excited about the things I was writing. So when I published each volume of the short stories, I included their name and the topic that they gave me, and then the story. And when I published when I took those to paperback, the people's names who suggested the stories are at the beginning of each story, and the
That's
topic
awesome.
they made me write about.
I love that. All right, so some folks, what they do to be able to get environmental into their story is to go around to different places they've been or to Google areas in which the story is impacted in. Did you do any of this also to be able to bind the reader to your stories?
Well, on my second book of short stories, I call it Dark and Strong: Haunted Tales from the Coffee House. What I did was my wife and I, because she's my editor and we like to work together, went to 8 different towns on eight different Saturdays in a row, and basically wrote stories that were inspired by the towns that we were in. So on some of my other things, for example, I have what I call a serial novel, which is written like television episodes. Whenever I want to write about an area, I basically Google it, and then I go into Google Earth, and I can sometimes go right down to Street View and walk through the town. So when I wrote one story for the collection of the collection of short stories, the Horror Challenge, one of the words that was given to me to write a story about was the word Dumas, and it was said by a 2-year-old kid, so I wasn't sure if the kid said dumbass or if he said Dumas. And so, yeah, so I went on Google and I searched for it, and the only thing I could find with that word was a small town in Texas. And I was able to go into Google Earth and zoom right down into the streets of that small town in Texas. So when I wrote the story, I could include things like the grain silos that were on the edge of town and things like that. And it was a very, very small town. So I was really surprised that the Google car had actually driven through there.
You're no dumbass. I like that. Hashtag dumbass. And I love that dumbass reference because it reminds me of Glenn and all of that good stuff that we're not supposed to talk about. As we move along, it's a little weird, but, we like it. All right, so we're going to dig a little bit into the other ways that you use to be able to create dark and strong haunted tales from the coffee house. So, do you enjoy creating while you're out in the area of having people being around, or do you get your ideas first and then go to the coffee house and write?
Well, in that situation, I had set rules for how the stories were to be written, and one of the rules was that I wasn't allowed to write about anything that I had already written down, an idea that I had somewhere else. I had to go to the town and be inspired by the town. So we would eat in a restaurant, and then after we ate, then we would go to the coffee shop. And by then I had, after looking around and driving through the town, and you can see here in Georgia, some of the towns, when you go into them, it's a regular little country town, and so some of the stuff was inspired by that, and one in particular, it was inspired by a bakery. It was a bakery, coffee house, cafe kind of thing, and it was inspired. Whenever we walked through the door, I had no idea what I was going to write about, but when we walked through the door, it was really the kind of a place where women would like to go. It's had the dried flowers hanging all over, and the decorations and things like that were, kind of what really inspired me to write was a story about witches, and one of the things that inspired me for that was all the girls who worked in this place. There were 5 girls. They were all around the age of 18 to 20 years old. They all had long hair, and they were all cute girls. But in the back was a woman who was actually baking all the baked goods in the place, and she was like 65 or 70 years old, and was pretty haggard looking. So in the story, it turned out that I used that to inspire that story.
Give me the name of the bakery shop or bakery coffee house.
It's called the Sugar Hill Bakery. It's in Sugar Hill, Georgia.
Hashtag the Sugar Hill Bakery. Guys, thank you. Please. All right. And it's in Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill, where?
Georgia.
Georgia. Gotta love that, Georgia. All right. When you're not creating a series like Dark and Strong Haunted Tales of the Coffee House, what other kinds of tales do you weave? You talked a little bit about your childhood and how it had a invasive difference on your adulthood. Talk a little bit about how you weave.
Well, one of the things when I was a kid, I used to love sci-fi and horror movies, and I would stay up like on Friday nights we had in the town where I grew up. The first horror show host was a guy named Goulardi, and he would his face would appear in the center of the screen with this spiraling thing around the outside of his head, and he would play old monster movies and things like that. So it was like the thing that wouldn't die, and the old Godzilla and stuff like that. And so I would stay up real late on Friday nights and watch those, but at the same time I would go to bed and be hiding under my covers because of in fear of not only the monsters that I saw on television, but my older brother, who was about 6 years older than me and was a pretty cruel person. So in writing the things that I write, it's not only just what I experienced as a child, but it's also what I've seen in the world, because I've lived in several different states, as far out as California, and as far south as Florida. So I've seen all different kinds of things in my life, and I'm able to pull from those. Some of them were pretty frightening things, and some of them were pretty despicable things, and I'm able to pull from that when I'm writing. And really, when I was writing the horror challenge stories, I was writing stories that were based on common objects, and I look at things that everything has a light and a dark side. So in one of my stories in the horror challenge, a toothbrush is used to kill a guy, and it's not used to stab him. It's not used to puncture his body. Basically, his wife soaks his toothbrush in the juice from a plant that causes him to become totally paralyzed, and then she drags him paralyzed and lowers him into a bathtub full of water and drowns him.
Aw, I mean,
so inanimate objects, can be used in various ways.
I like that. I like that. That's cool. All right. So you dwell in the area of the in-between.
I mean, in between this world and that world.
Mm-hmm.
In some cases, I have in my series, my John Hazard series, for example, the first novel is called The Spirit Box, and it's about the spirit of an ancient king that's living, that's inside a box that was created when he was killed around 500 AD, and basically is collecting spirits to be reborn in a human child. So that series follows a paranormal path where I can talk about anything that's related to paranormal, and that. So in the first book, it's the box that's collecting the spirits. In the second book, it's aliens, and in the third book, it is an alternate dimension with creatures that come to our world and basically take us to their world and feed on our souls. When I was writing that third book, I used a lot of elements like purgatory, and you're familiar with the spheres in photography. Whenever you take the pictures, and
I am.
supposedly the spheres are spirits, and so I use the spheres that pass through this alternate world, and if a human accidentally touches one of the spheres, they unroll into a person, and the person doesn't understand where they are or how they got there, but they survive as long as the other creatures don't come along and devour them.
Do you know why the spirit, once it leaves the body, generally is found in an orb shape?
I would guess that if you take water and you drop water from the top of a building, by the time it hits the ground, it's in a spherical shape.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would think that it would be somewhat related to that, but go ahead and tell me.
It is because it is the easiest way to condense energy.
Mm. And if you look at space and everything involved with that, almost everything is in a spherical shape.
Yes, I study quantum physics for fun, and I enjoy different shapes and seeing how they're all connected, like the shape of a seashell. It's got that spiral kind of connection going on, but it still eventually goes into a round shape. All right, let's go to what are 3 elements that you have found to be true, to be necessary in order to have a good horror thriller book?
Well, first of all, is an unusual situation, something that takes a person out of their normal realm. See, I don't write about slashers or serial killers yet. I write more of spirits and monsters and creatures and things like that, because there are multiple genres of horror, and one of them, when most people think of horror, they think of Michael Myers, and they think of Jason, and they think of things like that as being horror. But the horror genre is really a difficult thing to nail down, because even when I'm setting the genres for my books, when I put them on Amazon, there is no category that is a subcategory of horror available on Amazon when you're designating where your book goes. So, so one of the elements is to have something that takes people out of their normal realm of possibilities. The next, I believe, is to be able to set up a situation where they are taken by surprise by something that that happens throughout the story, and you set them up emotionally for that moment when you hit them with that. And my third thing I would say is humor. Is that after I hit somebody really hard with something, I like to throw something in that might make them even laugh, and also to question why they're laughing after they just watch somebody be torn apart. You know, so
that melancholic humor.
Yeah. So
it's necessary, I think, to be able to, much like the soundtrack for a movie, that stopgap of having that humorous situation where it's really not funny, but you need something to kind of change the pace on there so that you're not always going fast, 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 fast.
Right, and tearing people up.
But that's fun too.
Yeah, it is. Especially in my book, The Night of the Living Inflatable Love Dolls. I have multiple exploding people in that book. And as a matter of fact, sometimes as many as 30 at a time.
Scott, you want to take that?
The Night of the Living Inflatable Love Dolls?
Yes.
I need a link to that.
You have one? I just lost everything.
What was the genesis of that title?
The genesis of that title, I had taken my wife to the mall to the hairstylist, and we were driving on the freeway on the way home. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and that title popped into my head. I don't know. I wasn't even thinking about any zombie thing at the time. But the title popped into my head, and I mentioned it to my wife, and by the time we got off the freeway, I was laughing so hard that I had tears streaming down my face. And so
Fun and inspiration from Spencer's.
yeah, so I went home and made a poster for the cover, and ultimately I hadn't written a word of the book. I took that poster to a show called Fandom Fest in Louisville, Kentucky, and put it on a tripod, and all through the show, people kept saying, "Where's that book? Where's that book? I want to read that book." And so I went home after that and started writing it, and it took me about 8 months. Even though it's about 100 and it's just a novella about 120 pages, but I had so much regard for how the story had to go that it took 8 rewrites to finish the book.
All right, Scott, since I got you on the hot seat, go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay, well, I'm curious about your method of writing. Do you create your characters to the point where they write your story for you, what I call method writing, or do you script everything out in an outline and just stick to that?
Well, when I'm around other authors, our words are plotter or pantser, and I'm basically a pantser. My characters carry me through the stories at every turn. As a matter of fact, my first book, I had an outline for that book, and by the middle of the thing, I threw the outline away. I just couldn't. It kept changing so much. I was wasting time changing the outline, so I just threw the outline away and just let the characters take me through the story. And I find that it's really a bizarre experience to allow the characters to take you through the story. And so I'll start with a beginning and sometimes an end, and just see where it takes me. And sometimes the end is totally different from what I expect.
Without giving away spoilers to your story, what was the most memorable change that your characters forced on you that turned out to be just a righteous story in itself, apart from what you were planning to write?
Well, for one thing, my first novel, when I finished it, I had set it up where a guy is in an office, and I had let a friend of mine that I worked with read it because she was an author as well, and this was after we had edited several passes of it, and the book was actually finished. And she said, "Well, you should write an introduction and tell us how this box came into being." And so I went to. She had a writers group, and I sat in that writers group, and I wrote the entire introduction to the book. And that, in itself, was such a big change from the way the story originally started, that I was really surprised how that turned out. And in fact, that change that was made to that book is what really kicks it off. It's 19 pages of some of the most intense stuff I've probably written.
All right, we're going to go over to the subject of dialogue. The integrity and the truth contained in the dialogue is what ultimately draws the reader into a narrative. How do you go about writing dialogue? What's the process?
Well, I'm one of those people who will sit in a public place and listen to bizarre pieces of conversation, where I pay attention to the people, the couple walking by, and they're having a conversation. I maybe hear only 10 words of that conversation as they pass by. And my first 3 novels were written on a public transportation train that I rode for 3 years on my way to work. And in that process, you had said something earlier about do I draw from people around me or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I used to think that, well, and I still believe it, that some of my best writing is done in public places, because if you think of a person's energy field, and you take that energy field and you multiply it by as many people as there are in a room, and you draw from that energy field while you're writing, it makes the writing even more powerful when it comes out, because you're not just coming up with ideas. You're basically pulling energy from all the people that are around you. So when I was writing on the public transportation, I was writing for like 20 minutes a day, first thing in the morning at like 6:30 in the morning, writing on the train full of crazy people, sitting all the way at the back of the car so that nobody could come up behind me and grab my laptop and run away with it. And so, some of the things you see in a big city on public transportation is pretty intense. And so that intensity, in some ways, drove the intensity of some parts of the stories.
Motivation. How do you, with the plethora of novellas and short stories and all of that, how do you keep that motivation going?
Well, I'm really motivated by feedback. People's feedback when they read the stories, if they post something on Facebook, especially reviews. I'm even motivated by one-star reviews, because oftentimes the one-star reviews are written by someone who, in most cases, doesn't even appear to have read the book. And so, it's my motivation is when my wife likes what I'm writing and she's encouraging me to let's go, and get it done, and specifically the feedback, because today isn't like it was when I first started 5 years ago. It's when I first started writing 5 years ago, I was selling a lot of books on Amazon, and getting a lot of reviews and things like that. And today there's just so much competition now on Amazon to even get somebody to check you out. I mean, normally when people read something I've written, they'll read more. But it's just getting them to break that seal. So I do have one free ebook on Amazon. That's the first book in the series called Rune. And Rune is another strange one that I use Google Earth to research. For example, I wrote I write it in episodes like a television show, and when I sell it in the conventions, it's in a paperback format. I call it the complete first season because it's 4 episodes condensed into a 260-page novel. And in one of the episodes, it took place in the St. Louis Cemetery in New Orleans, and fortunately, I was able to go on the web and find a video of a tour through the St. Louis Cemetery in New Orleans. So when I wrote about my main character opening up a tomb and swimming through an underground passageway full of water and skeletal remains to the base of a tree where a scroll was hidden in the roots of a tree, I was able to see that there were those large trees in that cemetery, that there were tombs that the front could be opened of, and also that that being in New Orleans, they bury the bodies above ground because of the water table, and so it kind of all the pieces fell into place.
Continue if you wish.
I can't remember where I was before that. What was the question again?
All right. We're going to go and we're going to bring you around. We've got some pretty cool apocalyptic new works coming from you. And I want to get over to get what I'm looking at. You have a new piece called Monday Survival Guide. And it's still in the works, I'm gathering, but give us the gist of what Monday Survival Guide will be about.
Monday Survival Guide is about 2 brothers, and they work in the same office building in a town somewhat like where I work in an office building. Me and my son work in the same office building. And one of the brothers is a survivalist, and he stockpiles food and weapons for the apocalypse. While his brother is kind of skeptical that he will ever need that food and supplies, they still get along really well, and they're really close. So one morning they go to work, and there's what at first they believe is an electromagnetic pulse, because all the power goes off in the building, and then they realize that it's not just the power in the building, it's the watches have stopped, it's everything has stopped, and and nothing works. So the two brothers head for the parking garage where there's an old Jeep that the survivalist brother drives, because he knew that if there was an electromagnetic pulse that his car would not run. So he has a Jeep that he can push start. So they basically climb into the Jeep and they hit the highway, and when they get to the highway, they see all the cars are stalled and all the people are standing out around on the highway, when all of a sudden these pods shoot out of the sky and start grabbing people and going back up into the clouds. And it turns out that it's basically an alien invasion, and not just an attack by a foreign government or something like that. And so they're trying, their initial goal is to get to the one brother's house where he's got all these weapons and food. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned, and their next target is a military facility. So I just finished the last sentence of that book a couple days ago, and now I'm on rewrite.
When do you think that it may be out for public consumption?
I'm hoping for early next year. I'm doing a show here in Atlanta called Days of the Dead, and I'm hoping to have that out by then. That'll be in February, the 1st of February.
All right. So conventions, since we're there at this point, talk to me about the different conventions that people may find you at in 2016.
Well, I haven't quite decided what I'm going to do in 2016. My last show is Walker Stalker, which is the show that is the Fight Club that we can't talk about.
No, right?
But I did Mad Monster Party in Charlotte. I did Fan and Fest in Louisville, Kentucky. I did a thing called Anachricon here last year. It was a steampunk and historical time travel show, and so I haven't decided yet, but I'm thinking about doing some larger shows this year, maybe the Chicago Comic-Con, Wizard World Comic-Con. And what part of the country are you in?
I'm in Warren, Ohio. What?
Are you kidding me?
I am so not kidding you.
Guess where I am from?
Niles, Ohio?
Yes.
I guessed.
I actually lived in Warren before I left Ohio.
So you know how creepy it is over here. When I
Yeah.
tell people, they ripped down a bunch of houses in the hood. I'm originally from Lakewood, Ohio. Okay, so this is really the hood. I live on Oak Street, Southwest, around where the hot dog shop is still.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But,
I'm familiar.
oh yeah, across the tracks, that kind of thing, in that area. Anyway, so they ripped down a bunch of houses, and there's like rats running around and all that other fun
Yeah,
stuff.
I just came back there in October for my high school reunion, and it reminds me of that song by the Specials. Remember that song by the Specials from the '80s? This town is turning into a ghost town.
Yeah, it's creepy. We got to get out of here. We got to get out of this
If we
place.
ever get out of this place.
I know, right? Get a little tunes. All right. You are a entrepreneur.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, we have a lot of authors and directors and all of that kind of thing that come onto the show, actors, fun stuff. A lot of times they have people that represent them, and they don't have to worry too much about their media stuff. But as a author, I want you to talk to me a little bit about the importance of the fact that you are also an entrepreneur and how you market yourself as well as your works has a lot to do with how people receive you.
Well, there's a lot of different things that one could do even within social media, rather than just talk about your books and post about your books and things like that. It all depends on what your budget is, how much time you have. I mean, so I see some people who are online all day and seem to be able to maintain that being online all day. but I have 44,000 Twitter followers, and then I have the Facebook, and I have my author page, and I have Instagram, and then I do the shows, and I think the shows are the best as far as the promotion, because it's face to face, and you know, I can post on Facebook all day long, and nobody really knows who I am. But when I get to talk to people at the shows, it's just a totally different environment, and so the shows are more effective in resale. In other words, I'll go to a show that I was at last year, and people will say, "Okay, I'm ready for the new book. Is it ready? Is it out yet? You know, and is the fourth book in the series ready?" And that kind of stuff. And that is the best way to do it. And I use a lot of promotional materials. I hand out free those buttons that are about, you know, 1.25 inch pin buttons that have stuff from my books on the buttons and things like that. And when I do those at the shows, I'll go to a show and see the same person at multiple shows, and they're wearing my buttons at all the shows. So if you have cool graphics on your buttons, people will carry that with them everywhere they go. And some people are collectors, and they'll have a whole shirt, you know, full of buttons. And so that's really one of the best ways Oh, there you go.
I need a button from you so I can put it on my jacket.
Well, if you'll message me a mailing address, I'll send you a packet with buttons and a book and everything else. And I'm guessing that you would probably want to read the Love Dolls book.
I would be interested in finding out. Can't find you live, only Undead Air. Crunchy, make sure that we are YouTube feeding immediately.
For a while, all I was seeing was Scott's picture.
Yeah, we need to make sure that we are YouTube feeding.
The YouTube feed is going.
Thank you very much. Okay, because our friend Derek Sky Cloud over in BC, British Columbia, Canada, says that he's only getting Undead Air. So, yeah. Okay, all right. Whew, scared me there for a minute. Where do you get these buttons created?
Sure. Let's see. halfpricebuttons.com. Now, I see your logo behind you, which would make a fabulous button. And what I get is I either do the 1.25 inch or the 2.25 inch. And the 2.25 will really give you enough space to put your logo on it. I'm seeing Crunchy right now. And that one, you can get 250 buttons for right around $50.
Really?
Yeah, halfpricebuttons.com.
All right, because I'm going to a convention in May that's called the Stoker
Oh
Con.
my God! Well, you're gonna meet me there.
Cool.
That's the one in Las Vegas, right?
Yeah.
I already have my reservation.
Hey, let me ask you this: you create mainly in horror genre.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is this. When I asked you to come on to the show, and knowing that the show is called Zombiepalooza Radio, and you said yes, did you have any kind of hesitation at all because of what our show name is, or had you heard from someone else about the show and knew that we not only did Zompok, but also horror?
I had actually watched some of your shows on YouTube and saw that was the case, and I was prepared to talk about. I could talk about zombies because I used to own every zombie movie that came out up until like 2001. I used to have a whole collection. Even did you ever see the one, the Peter Jackson movie, Dead Alive?
Yes.
I mean, I had even his earlier stuff. If you ever saw Bad Taste.
I haven't seen that one. Scott's giggling though.
Yeah. So I mean, I didn't care how bad they were. I had them all, and most of those were like on VHS, and then I had them on DVD, and so yeah, I'm zombie. As a matter of fact, have you seen I think the title, what subtitle is Zombie Highway? I can't remember the full name of that one. It just came out recently. It's pretty heavy.
I'm gonna write that one down for my hubby. All right. So were you pleasantly surprised that we were interested in speaking about how you create and the works that you have within horror?
Now, I think that it's important when you're talking to authors to talk about the creative process, because if you've ever watched a movie and then watched the special features, what do they talk about? They talk about the creative process. They talk about how the scenes came together. They talk about how the special effects are made, and they go into those things, and that's the kind of stuff that you're not going to get in a book. However, right. In that Dark and Strong Haunted Tales from the Coffee House, one of the things I did was at the end of every story, I had included photos of the area where we were at whenever I wrote the story, so people could see, what I saw when I was there. And I also after the photos at the end of the story, I included several paragraphs that talked about what it was that inspired me to write the story in the first place. So I really think that people have an interest in the process. They have an interest in how the ideas come together, and they don't care if I tell you that a lot of my ideas come to me when I'm getting a shower at 6 o'clock in the morning. To them, that's interesting stuff, and they say, "Well, yes. Shit, I'm not thinking of stuff like that when I'm in the shower."
You'd be amazed. All right, so we have JH Glaze, and he is the creator of Dark and Strong Haunted Tales from the Coffee House. And then in a hot little few minutes, he's going to have Monday Survival Guide. So if you like horror, get the Haunted Tales, and if you like survival, Zombie, get Monday Survival Guide, coming out in 2016. All right. I need to get a bumper from you. So you're going to say your name, the name of a .com, latest book, or something, and something about Zombiepalooza Radio on YouTube.
Hi, this is JH Glaze. I'm on Zombiepalooza Radio, and I'm here to talk about my latest book, Dark and Strong Haunted Tales from the Coffee House, and about my upcoming novella called Monday Survival Guide. And you'll find it on YouTube, so watch for Zombiepalooza Radio and be sure to subscribe.
Please subscribe, share, tell everybody, all of that kind of stuff. And what convention are you going to be at pretty soon?
I'll be at Days of the Dead in Atlanta, February, the first week of February, and that's a 3-day convention. And look for my table. I also sell refrigerator magnets that I make that have a monster and a paranormal bent to them.
Oh, I like that too. All right, so it's time for my staff to say their final goodbyes. Go ahead, Dead Door William.
Thank you, JH, for stopping by. It was awesome having you.
Thanks for having me, Crunchy.
All right.
So that would be Dead Door.
Yeah, it would be Dead Door.
That's Dead Door.
All right, Scott Pearson.
JH, it's been a blast. I do have one question that I'm dying to ask you that I know nobody else has. What's the parrot got against you?
Parrots bond with one person, and it's whenever we first got it, when it was young, it would sit on my shoulder, and it would sit on my wife's shoulder, and as it matured, it decided that it liked her better than me. So when it would sit on my shoulder, it would grab a hold of my ear and grind its beak as hard as it could, and the tip of that parrot's beak is like a needle. So I could hear the cartilage in my ear grinding. Ultimately, I can't even pick the bird up. I used a pot holder to pick it up. Otherwise, it I've got scars all over my arms and my hands from where it's bitten me. But it's bonded to my wife, so that's why it doesn't like me too well.
JH, it's been a blast having you here. Thank you for coming, and I really hope that you come back again. I put Night of the Living Inflatable Love Dolls on the Zombiepalooza Radio Live wall, and I'm scanning for your other links, but that one...
Make sure you put that one on my wall, too.
I'm so gonna have to find that.
Well, if you guys will just send me your mailing addresses, I'll send each of you a copy of that book.
Thank you. I appreciate
That would be incredible.
I'll also send you the buttons that go with it.
That's very cool. I like that. I like that button idea. Very cool. All right, we got to get going for a short break, and then we're going to be bringing up. Let's see, who do we got coming up here? We have S.k. Ballinger, and author. Pretty cool stuff. More horror on the way. Thank you so much to JH Glaze for being our willing victim on Zombiepalooza Radio. Make sure you tell everybody about your experience. Actually, it was good. Well, and all of that. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for inviting me. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Can't talk.
Was that awesome or what?
We're going to put that on one of those blooper things or some... Whatever. All right.
Hashtag tongue runs away.
Huntag. Okay. How many years have we been doing this? I can't speak.
3+.
Yeah.
We might not get to 4. On that route. All right. It is horror night on Zombiepalooza Radio, and we're going to be bringing a number of individuals who write in that genre. Let's see. Up next is S.k. Ballinger. Then we're going to have Ken MacGregor. After Ken, we're going to have Sean Hoade, who's been on the show before. Love him. And then a brand new author, Matthew Davenport. Very cool. All right. So if you want to put a little music in there while I get my... Thank
I
you.
got on mute.
Hey, we're going to have a real break.
Yeah, a little one.
Please mute.
I'm shutting up now.
Thank you. Whoa! Go Johnny Blades! Very cool. Check this thing out. It's awesome. One of a kind.
Feel the walls closing in, building up, stacking. Seems to be
Yeah!
no way out. I believe you'll never leave me. You'll never leave me here. Oh, of the lost and found. Of the lost and found. Of the lost and found. Of the lost and found.
Wow! Woo!
Feel the walls closing in, building up, stacking. Seems to be no way out. I believe you never leave me. Never leave me. Of the lost and found. Of the lost and found. Of the lost and found. Of the lost and
Shannon? Okay. Woo!
You are watching Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Welcome. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share. Please, the need to feed device. Squirrel family. Or crunchy squirrel family.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened to my music? You killed it.
I paused it.
You got a little excited. That's all right. It's cool. It's all right. We got to tell Derek White Sky Cloud to go to Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube. You can see us. The door got happy with the button. All right, we're going to be bringing up S.k. Ballinger, and he writes in young adult thriller. So we're going to have S.k. push that button. Please. We can bring you over and terrorize you on live radio.
And you like it.
You will. Look at that scary stuff in the background.
Oh my God. He's gonna kill me.
Maybe.
Maybe if you're lucky. If you're lucky, right? Only if you're lucky. All right, S.k., let's go. Get your tushy over here.
Hey.
Hi. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
There he is.
I'd like to see a little bit more
Okay,
than
good.
just the top of your whatever that is.
Let me see if, hey, I'm not good with this stuff. Hold on.
Me either. You know, it takes me forever.
Whatever. Yours always.
In front of the camera.
Do what with the camera?
Is there something in front of the camera?
And it might be. Could be something.
Looks like an arm.
Pieces
I know
parts.
what it is. Hold on.
I see a body, and that's it. No head.
There's. That's interesting. What's in
Is
front of
that
your,
better?
your face?
That's
Well,
much
there you
better.
are. You're a little
There
glary.
he is.
Hi. Say something.
Thanks for having me on.
All right. We're going to do this. Let me see. Let me get you over here. All right. So we have S.k. Ballinger. And at first, we're going to, since you're new to the show, we're going to introduce you properly to our staff. We have with us the only zombie on the planet that matters, Deaddoor William.
Only zombie that actually talks, too, as far as I know.
Besides Bud.
Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Appreciate it.
All right. And then we have Scott Pearson. He's head of All Things Green in our research department. And I don't know why I found that funny, but I did.
Welcome to the show. I'm looking forward to this.
Oh,
Thank you,
yeah.
thank you. Hey, I've had a couple drinks of yine, so hey.
Great. All right. So we also have Crunchy E. Squirrel, who is our chief engineer for Zombiepalooza Radio. Go ahead, Crunch.
Jackie, did you get into Scott's Green?
I don't know what I'm drinking whatever they put in this. So I don't know what
Did
this
Scott
is.
send it to you?
Yeah. Should I be worried?
Oh, God. Yes, I'm sorry.
Do you like fur?
It's yummy.
That's what I said when I went to the were-tiger.
Great. We should.
The last time someone had curiosity about something, I sent him. It was crunchy, and that was before he became the were-tiger.
But it's yummy. It's yummy. It is
What you'll
yummy.
turn into.
That's exactly what I
All right.
said. So,
Yeah, exactly. It's yummy.
welcome to the show.
All right.
It tastes good. Go with it.
Rumor has that we have a guest on. His name is S.k. Ballinger, and we need to get to it. All right, so guys, go ahead and mute your mics so we can cut the laughter. Like, what the hell? All right, so S.k. Ballinger, you write in what genre?
Well, I'm typically labeled as young adult. I don't like it, but honestly, that's probably what you would aim for. So it is what it is. Coming from the people who've read my books, young adult, werewolves, vampires, that type of stuff, but it's not your typical vampire gore, I guess you could say, or something of that nature. I roll with it. I typically say myself as a suspense horror thriller.
Okay. You really need to know what genre you have, though, specifically that people will gear to so that you can sell the books to those who enjoy that particular genre. It's a little bit difficult to want to write in a particular genre.
But I do think that you can have multiple genres that you write in. As a one bottom line genre, then yeah, young adult.
Okay. So then own it. Right?
I guess you have to. Well, you don't have to. I don't have to, but...
It's your work. Hey, whatever the hell.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It is my work. I just don't... I associate young... Here's the deal. I associate young adult with the Twilight series, okay, for example. To me, that's very young adult. It is, you know, the sparkling vampires, werewolves did not look like werewolves. It was just... It's a love story. I don't typically... I don't want to be categorized as that. However, like you were saying, you do have to take what your readers tell you, and they're saying young adult. Okay. But honestly, I have to feel, and I'm very argumentative. I do write my stuff, but...
Is this the way this whole interview is going to go? Because that's probably not a way to do that. You know, you want to put your best foot forward and kind of roll with it, like you were talking about earlier, right?
Well, of course.
Right. All right, so let's get to it. All right, when you go and you start creating your environment for your works, what are 3 things that you need to have in place in order to do that before you start creating character?
Baseline. You got to have a baseline. Number 1. Number 2, you got to work some stuff down, jot it down, write it down. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work.
Why not?
Well, I don't know.
You know what? Don't worry about the dynamics of this. This show here, we've been doing it for 3 years, okay? We have brought on a lot of people from different backgrounds, some who have never done an interview or never done one with the video feed and all of that. We're not interested in trying to make you look like a dumbass. What we're interested in trying to get you to do is talk to your fans and people that enjoy your work for what it is. And if they value it as being young adult and they think it's wonderful, then I think you should think it's wonderful too, because that's your audience. And what I'm interested in is what the process of you creating in that particular genre, what is it that you do? It has to be more than just stuff and things. Right?
Well, yeah. In me, I go back in writing. You want the honesty? Fine. My honesty is my autobiography. That's where I started writing. Blissful Misery. I wrote an autobiography. Very unprofessional. Very crappy, I'm not going to lie. Didn't have it edited, but it was my life. And that's what started me to write. And then growing up, what started me writing werewolves and vampires, it was very simple to me. It's something I grew up with. I loved vampires and werewolves, all of it. I did feel that, you know, even to my age of 41 years old, there's nothing that's really been justified for werewolves as far as how they came about, whatever, other than a full moon. They turn into this hideous beast, whatever, and a silver bullet kills them. There's got to be more to it than that. That was my process behind it all. It's something I was a little kid with, and after I wrote my autobiography, I began to take writing a lot more serious, and edits, and coughing up the money for book covers or whatever you want what have you. And that's where I went with it, and I have no regrets in doing it because I believe in what I've written.
I love that. What you did, that's what this show is about. We want to see what the real actual process of is. This show isn't about talking about what you had for dinner 3 days ago or what kind of beer you like or any of that. It's about the process of how you create. And everybody, and I mean everybody, is different. So I'm looking currently at your Amazon.com, and you've got a number of really, really cool, amazing books here. I'd like to touch on each one of these books so that we can see the range of this particular author, and so hopefully you've got a little bit of snippets of each one. And what I'd like to do here first, because this is what comes up when someone goes to your author page, you have on here written S.k. Ballinger's celebrated Swan series, puts a gripping new age spin on werewolf fiction. Think a journal is powerless? Read on. I love that. Masterfully crafted by S.k. Ballinger, Breed of a Werewolf, and Rise of the Lycan claw readers out of their seat and throw them into a werewolf adventure unlike anything else on the market. I can't talk tonight. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Talk to me about where that came from. I love that. I love that.
I tell you, I wanted to go into bringing a werewolf to life. I feel like I did that with Stanley Swanson, Breed of Werewolf. That's book one. That's my novel. I spent 9 months solid on it, writing day in, day night. From there, I did have another book in general, what I wanted to do, but I spent so much time on it. Then I realized after the book was done, I need to give Stanley Swanson, his brother Stephen Swanson, and characters of the book a new life, a new dimension, a new beginning.
Okay.
So I went back and I decided to write Sebastian Swanson, Rise of the Lycan. That's his father. He's the first Lycan. How a Lycan became about. I mean, hell, vampires. Every creature of the night has a beginning. You don't just throw out a vampire and say there's a vampire or a werewolf or Frankenstein.
Right.
Everything has a beginning. So I really wanted to do that. It was very difficult to do. It's a shorter book, but I felt like I did it justice. I mean, there was a little witchery involved and stuff like that. Then I took 5 characters out of the Stanley Swanson Breed of a Werewolf that I felt very close to when I was writing those characters in the book, the novel, and I made 5 short stories to them. And before, after, prior, whatever, just to kind of give a little insight to those people. So
that's what I want to know. All right, so you have other books that you put on here, and what I'm interested in getting from you is a bit of a background on each one of them. And I am enjoying the hell out of these covers. Whom do you usually go for your cover work?
Oh, gosh. Pub Shelf is what I've done, the newest ones with the Stanley Swanson Breed of a Werewolf and Sebastian Swanson. The others I've done myself, which some are good, some are I just don't.
There's a range,
Yeah.
and here's the other thing about this show: the fact that you sat down, you wrote a book, you put it together, you went through all the process of doing that, and then did it is remarkable. Not in the fact that they may be Stephen King quality books, but that you went through the entire process and you didn't quit. Anything can be revised. It can be edited. It can be schmooched up so that it looks nicer. But you need to understand that we appreciate your process. Okay? All right. So you have a book. It's called Blissful Misery. I love that. How'd you come up with the title?
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'll tell you what, with that, I'm quite the yabber. I talk a lot. I've had some misfortunes in my life, which people find funny. Whatever. I'll make a long story, short on your show. But I've told numerous times to family, friends, you name it, and it just got old. Okay, ha ha ha, funny guy, whatever. Inside, I was hurting. Like.
Right.
Damn, I went through this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. So finally, yeah, as soon as I found out I could be self-space or Lulu or whatever and throw it out there, damn right, that's what I did. Started writing. It's like I said before, it's not edited, but
yeah, let's see the book. Hold it up. Hold it up more so I can see it. Go ahead. That's what this is for. Blissful Misery. Love it. All right.
Yeah.
Writing is a cathartic process, and you did good. All right, so we're going to go on to, let's see, I get back over to the page. We have breed of a werewolf. You also, it's that part of that Stanley Swanson. Talk about that.
You cut out there for a minute, but the
breed of a werewolf.
Breed of a werewolf.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was my first novel. That's the first book I actually took like to heart, very serious, getting it edited. I went through 2 covers, unfortunately. I learned a lot from that book, not writing it, but just the process of writing and covers and editings and all that crap that goes with it, which needs to be done. And I call it my baby book because that is my pride and joy. And that's where my writing really spearheaded off from. In fact, that's where Unfleshed came about, Obsessed with the Kill, opening up my horizons to different writing in the horror field by T.J. Weeks. He actually read my Stanley Swanson, Breed of Werewolf, and he contacted me. He was blown away about how well it was written, the characters, and we went from there. So it's actually been my stepping stone.
Okay, everybody needs to have some place where they feel like they can gather everything that's in their soul part, so to speak, when it comes to writing, and be able to go from there to the next level. And you did. All right, so we're going to go, I got to get back over to the books again. All right, so you have something called Bloodline Series. Talk about that.
The Bloodline series is I took the 5 short stories, basically, after they were all re-edited, everything else, and I combined them into one book because I am going to do another one down the road of 5 more characters. That's what that one is, Bloodline series. And the only reason I did that is because some people do like to read horror or a love story or whatever type. Each one of my first 5 that separate category, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
This one, I feel like if you just are curious to know all of them, have it all in one.
Very cool.
Series.
All right.
Yeah, Fearless. So.
Okay. All right. So you have another one called A Legend in the Making.
Ah, yeah, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. That is Stanley Swanson's daughter. When I actually enjoyed writing that, it was wonderful. I took her from after the post-war, basically. She's on her own. She's grown up. She's matured. In the novel, she's a little girl, but she's the most powerful werewolf at the time. And being able to transition into werewolf at such a young age, whatever. So she's a badass. Let's just put it that way. She's a badass. And she basically goes out post-war basically, and is in seek of a vampire, not a Dracula's, but a vampire that kind of is spearheading him out.
All right. So we also have Julie Swanson, Untold.
Oh, boo, Julie Swanson. The only reason I say that is because that was the toughest character I had to write about. I'm not going to be a little pussy on here on your show.
Watch your language.
Oh, sorry, a wimp. She's one of the absolute favorite characters of the entire Swanson trilogy. Bottom line. I mean, it hurt me when I had to do what I had to do with her. People don't understand that, readers. Why'd you do that? Well, because it's a character. You have to have loss. I don't want to give too much away. But anyways, I felt it was appropriate to go back with her. That's Stanley Swanson's wife, believe it or not. And but anyways, what she had to go through and how she actually ended up becoming a werewolf. So.
Okay. All right. Zombiepalooza Radio is PG, but we're so PG that we're G-rated, and we've been like that for all 3 years.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now you know,
apologize.
Right?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So ARA Agent N Wolf.
Oh, actually, that is going to be taken down real soon. I threw that out. It was a project I wanted to write a long time ago. Actually, the book I want to write sci-fi is We Are.
Okay.
When I started my writing career out, I met another author, and she wanted to do this role-playing writing, and so we actually created a page where she was a character, I was a character, boom. Long story short, she ended up flopping out, and I still wanted to continue with it, and it's kind of, yeah, it's a mess. It shouldn't even be up there. I threw it up there because I thought I did pretty good with it, but learning edits and everything, or going through editors, it needs a lot of work. So Amazon's not the easiest place to work with as far as taking books down or making changes, or, I mean, I'm just being honest.
Gotta learn. And if you don't do it, then you don't know, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Right?
Learn from the lessons.
Sebastian Swanson, Rise of the Lycan.
That is the book that was recently released, and that is actually the beginning of how Stanley and Stephen became about, how the Swanson book originated, the first Lycan, what have you. When I wrote Stanley Swanson, Breed of a Werewolf, I wanted to kind of, if you look at it or think about it, in my mind anyways, kind of like Star Wars. You started out with, 4, 5, and 6. He went back to 1, 2, 3, and now he's doing the 7, 8, 9, whatever.
Right.
But it's kind of how I wanted to do with the Swanson trilogy. I have well, it's not going to be out for another year and a half, but basically that's Sebastian Swanson.
All right, I need Scott Pearson to go and send a link over to Derek White Sky Cloud. He's trying to get into the show. It looks like since Google Hangouts changed off of the Google page, Google Network, and they just went over to YouTube, that apparently some of the people in Canada can't get this, and so that's a little bit of a concern for him. Please get that checked. Thank you. All right, so we're going and we are talking with S.k. Ballinger, and we're talking about the writing process. He is very interested in getting to the root of how these events are created or initiated. So when you were going and creating this particular series, did you do research? And if you did, where did you do the research for your books?
I did not do any research. I know a lot of people do, but I think on this type of fiction, I don't think necessarily you have to. I think in times you do, and I probably should have done that as far as certain dates go. I didn't. I winged it. Either that be good or bad. I think that writing is I mean, you're going to hit people that are going to love it. You're going to hit people that are just going to hate it. So I mean, I just felt like in that there was no reason for research. Sci-fi, I think there's a lot to research.
How is it different? How is sci-fi different than creative werewolves, vampires, that kind of thing?
I think with sci-fi, you've got so much technology. Well, when was this metal made? When was this made? How could have that been? Or time, or atoms. There's so much that goes into sci-fi. I think with the difference with werewolves, I mean,
every genre has a trope. They have certain particular characteristics that even though you're not writing like verbatim what somebody else has done before you, there is still that particular presence that needs to be there so that the individual reading it will feel comfortable right away.
and I won't argue that, but I think I did well with that in my own way without having to use per se research. I did it within my own writing, where I took a character from this point in time, and when I was, 3/4 of the way done with the book, or what have you, is I was able to reflect back to that time and say, okay, boom, 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 kind of piece it together. I mean, remembering what you've already written, it doesn't have to be pro se and this exact moment, according to history, to make it blossom. Some people look at that, some people don't. I mean, I'm an indie author. That's just kind of how I went with it, I didn't leave out anything forgetful of a time period that I wrote about, but I didn't basically research that time period of what they were wearing, top hats or whatnot. Maybe it comes back to home.
Everybody does their own thing when they're creating. All right, so we're going to talk about dialogue and the importance of dialogue and how it brings the reader into the story and allows them to experience it firsthand as they're going through the pages. Talk to me about your process of creating dialogue.
I think dialogue is definitely one of the most important things. Dialogue to me, like you said, essentially is you've got to capture the reader's attention from the get-go. If you don't, it's gone. It's out the window. I mean, on average, I think I read something where people go through the first 4 pages. It's not interesting. They're not going to read the book. So that's very important. Continuing that on, I mean, to continue a dialogue, you have to have everything broken up in a perfect layout, in my opinion. Layout, 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 layout. You have even the smallest missing piece, I think it's a good shot to be ruined. Just gone. Non-interested. So I think dialogue is crucial to capturing a reader, if you will, to be interested in reading the book from the get-go. No different than, in my opinion, a book cover. I mean, I hate to say it, people do judge a book cover by that. I mean, they do.
A book cover is, or is supposed to be, a vignette of what to expect at a high point within the story, and it is the very first thing that draws the person to the book itself. I mean, we're visual people, so when you go and you put a cover together, it really needs to have a statement about what they're going to find inside the book.
I agree, but I mean, that is just it. Book cover, dialogue. There's so much that goes into writing. I'm still a baby with it all, to be honest with you. But it is a learning curve, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of process. It's a lot of mathematical pieces per se in the writing world to put everything together and make it right. But it does start with a book cover and dialogue, and I mean, heck, even a back cover. There's never a right or wrong per se. People have complained to me about a back cover. Why didn't you put this on a back cover? Really? Or why didn't you do this? Wow. Who would have thought?
what seems to be their particular issue as far as the back? You know, this is actually something that's kind of important. When you go and you flip the book over, and I do that because I do that. I check it out to see, is there a photo of the author? Is there something that is visual? Is there a QR code so I can go and zap it with my smartphone? Is there, what's that kind of a thing on there?
I think what's important is to take something as small as either a very powerful excerpt from the book, a page, put on there. I do think you should have an author picture or something of your logo or something of that nature on there, just to kind of associate you are the person that wrote the book, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But it still doesn't please everybody. I mean, it kind of also goes with the genre.
There's this 10% rule that goes across the board in anything anybody creates. 10% of the people, they're going to hate it no matter what, because they're assholes.
Oh, I know all. I know all about that. I know all about that.
There are people that are going to say, how come you're not writing in this genre? How come you're not doing this with your editing? How come you're not doing this with your cover? How come you don't have so-and-so help you writing with this? They're going to be people that do that. But then there are going to be people, more so than not, that are going to really enjoy what you're doing. And you know what? You're not writing for the 10%. You're writing for your fan base. And that's what you're doing.
I think for me, writing goes, it's a passion. I enjoy writing. And there's nothing that's going to stop that. I do think that if people go into the writing world that want to write in hopes of being the next big thing or a New York Times bestseller or, making it into a movie, then I think that, and this is just my opinion, I think you're writing for the wrong reason. Because in reality, you should be writing in hopes that you have one person, family member, friend, a fan, anybody that's going to read your book and love it. And is it going to make you top seller? No. That one does not make you a top seller. But you did take the time to enjoy what you love to do, which is writing, if you're a writer. And you've touched somebody's life in that small atom, I guess. I mean, I do think that writers have this big goal of, and I see it all the time on Facebook and by other authors bigger than me. Well, I'm not making sales. Well, I should have been there. I'm just like, wow, it's not a competition.
Right.
If you start to make writing a competition, then you need to just give up. You need to just stop. Because it's not a competition. How can you tell somebody else's mind on what they like? You can't.
Right. And you only know what they're going to say. And you know how we were talking at the beginning of this interview about the truth of the matter. A lot of times people don't want to hear the truth, or they don't want to hear what the grit is that it takes to be able to do whatever it is the process is. On this show, above anything else, we want to know what the backstory is. I don't care if you have wonderful sales or you don't have wonderful sales. What I care about is how you got from point A of thinking about putting something together to actually doing it. There are plenty of people that have been on this show that can help you as an author, if you want, to be able to take your work to the next level. It's not about a competition. You're right. It isn't.
And I wish more people say that. I mean, I won't go there. I was going to just speak openly, but I have worked with other authors in the past, and
ego gets in the way, or I've been doing it longer, so you don't know what the hell you're doing. I'm going to do it. Or you give them an idea, and they go, oh, well, that's not good enough. I'm gonna fix this, and then by the time they fix it, it's not yours anymore.
Yeah, there's
There.
jealousy. There's
Yeah,
the
it
biggest thing you
happens.
said was ego. I'm like, wow, I can't work with somebody like that.
Right.
That's fine. You've been writing 20 years. I've been writing for 2.5. Okay,
Right.
but you know,
It's all right.
it
And this
is
is
what
good.
it is.
You know, this is good. Every once in a while, I get an hour where someone just is raw and talks about their process in a real sense, and I like that. All right, so okay, so you've written some stuff, and some of it is pretty good and really good, but then there are other stuff that's like not so good. What
Yeah.
keeps you motivated to be able to continue the process of writing?
For me, it is outdoing myself. I want to outdo my own self. Not the fans, not the readers, not anybody, myself. I want to I feel like I can do better than what I've already done with Stanley Swanson. That's my stepping stone. I challenge myself. If I can't challenge myself, it's no different than me taking on a co-authored book that's horror. I've never written horror one time in my life. It's a challenge. It's a challenge for me. Okay, fine. I'll give it a shot. I'll give you a couple chapters. You tell me what you think. Go from there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Which that actually turned out really well. This co-author liked it, and we were able to move forward. And there you go. And then, I was proud of myself. I don't even read, but I don't even read horror. So it was just one of those things where I'm like, wow, now I've got to put myself as this character of this book, which was a sick, very, very sick individual, and write about him. And but it was I liked the challenge of it. It kept me up a lot of the night, what have yous, and but I felt good when it was completed. Like, wow, I don't have to be just young adult or paranormal or thriller. I can actually branch out if I really put my mind to it and challenge myself and do whatever the heck I want.
Right. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about Zombiepalooza Radio and why I understand what you're going through. All right? So, I started out, did this show. It was always supposed to be a 2-hour thing. One time to help my husband, period, end of sentence. Then the producer that I had at the network I was at said, people like this. You need to keep doing this. And I wasn't really too thrilled about that. But then I was like, okay. So a year went along, and I had walkers from The Walking Dead. I had actors, creators, directors, producers, authors, everything I could find within the genre of Zompok and apocalyptic fiction. And then one day I got a letter from AMC, and they said, no more zombies because blah, blah, blah. So I had to figure out what to do. And I was like, and also I was in danger of losing my number one co-host that I had at the time because he was an actor who happened to be working on that show. And so, no more AMC, bam, you're done. I'm like, I put a year and a quarter into this show doing that, and all of a sudden, in one little email, everything is done. So I had to figure out what to do next. And I thought, all right, the closest thing to Zompok or apocalyptic fiction is horror, right? I would think.
Yeah,
right.
no, I agree. Yeah.
Okay, right, yeah. So for 6 months, I got my teeth kicked in because they said, 1, you're a female. 2, we don't know you. 3, you have no idea what the hell horror is about. All you know is that Zompok crap, and we don't want to have anything to do with you. And I kept knocking on doors, and I kept doing what I do the same thing that I do, only shifting questions around, making sure that with genre fit, the whole everything. And then finally, I started getting yeses. And we've gotten actors from Nightmare on Elm Street. We've gotten actors from, oh gosh, different kind of horror movies. And thank you, yes, we did. And a number of other really genuinely interested people that wanted to see us grow started forming around us. And now I am working with people who've been a part of Horror Writers Association. That is big mojo, okay? And from some of the stuff that I've done with them, only within the last 3 to 4 months, they have said, we like what you're doing. We want to give you a media pass to go to StokerCon in 2016 in Las Vegas.
Oh,
Don't quit.
that's a
You keep knocking on the doors and you don't quit. That's why I didn't want you quitting on me doing this damn interview. You were not going to quit. I wasn't going to let you.
Never quit, never give up.
That's a story.
That is. Have you shared that before?
In bits and pieces.
Oh, that was beautiful, and I applaud you. Yeah, you know what? You don't. I mean, you started this like you said. I mean, you kept going and going and going and going. Nope. Yeah. I mean,
I had one guy who did podcasts and had done radio shows and had done at least 10, 15 different kind of shows. And he spent, swear to God, 2.5 hours yelling at me, telling me how much of a piece of dirt I was and how stupid I was because I had no idea or shouldn't even belong in this because I had no experience. And I couldn't turn the thing off. It was on my cell phone. He was messaging me. Now, someone who's done all of those radio shows and everything else, how the hell you got so much time? 2.5 hours.
Right.
Yelling. And the reason why I couldn't turn it off was because I was at a thing for one of my kids at a high school, and I have other children, and I couldn't turn off my messaging because I needed to make sure that they had a way to connect to me if they needed me.
Well, sure. Well, you're looking. I would say you're looking at this as, I mean, either you're looking at it or not. This is not just something you just do for kicks. It is something you have a passion for. Number one.
Right.
And it's what you enjoy doing. I mean, I guess that's the same as passion somewhat. I mean,
if you read my main wall, my Jackie Chin wall, I put up a bunch of different memes and different things about the process of how to keep going, how to keep motivated. Sometimes I do that bad thing where I bitch, but you know, even me doing this, I get what you're going through. I get the frustration. I get the understanding that not everybody's going to like you, but I'm going to tell you a secret. If nobody has told you this yet, the secret is it doesn't matter.
Oh.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I'm hoping people listen to your speech because I think that's very, very important, very moving. Dang, man. Look at you go. Look at you go in the show. Huh? That is awesome.
But this is not about...
I applaud you so much, man. I do. I think it's beautiful. I mean, everything. The artwork. I will say this about your show. Very professional. Very professional. It's done. I mean, I've been on a few shows, not face-to-face. I've done, voice, but not face-to-face. So it's scary, isn't it? It is. I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Wow, here she is now.
I put this thing up about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, somewhere in that area. I said, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, because I've had a lot of people that have come to me, and they're like scared to death to face that camera, just to do it. And I I tell you this. There is nobody that is more paranoid, more scared of doing that than me. Why? Because I could say something really stupid. I could piss off a guest I can do it really quick, you know?
Or you can encourage a guest.
Or I can do a really good job. And it's all about 20 to 25 minutes before I go on air, every time, all the time. It's normal. It just is.
So let me ask
Crazy
you.
House 20 minutes before show.
Yeah, you stay away from here. You don't come anywhere near here.
It's a good time for a Snickers bar.
Oh yeah. And they
Very
buy
big
me a
one.
lot of them.
So you did. So
See?
have any other ritual that you do?
I have kind of a bunch of them.
Besides, you yell at me for about
I
5
do.
minutes.
I do. And I feel bad about that.
Aw.
Afterwards,
Don't feel bad.
my
We get the show put together and we get it going.
we
That's
do
all that counts.
every time. So in that beginning when I brought you on, I could tell were very, very nervous. And
Yeah.
you didn't know if I was going to get ugly, stupid with you, or if I was going to let you just kind of chill and watch.
Well, that's because I take your show very serious. I mean,
I
you've had,
do.
a lot of people on, P and Barnes for one, and
I got a lot of people.
and the professionalism and all. I'm like, God, I don't think I'm ready for this level.
We're gonna
yet.
amp your game up. We're going to get you comfortable enough so that when you go in front of people and you start talking to them about what you produce and why you love it and why they should too, we're going to help you with that. Just gotta be patient. All right, so we're at that point right now where I need to get a bumper from you. So you're going to say your name. You're gonna say your name. You're gonna say a .com or where we can find your books or your latest book, and then something about Zombiepalooza Radio on YouTube.
Okay. Well, S.k. Ballinger, author of the Swanson trilogy. You can find all my books on www.lulu.com, Spotlight S.k. Ballinger, or Amazon.com/author S.k. Ballinger easily. They're also in digital formats. As far as Zombiepalooza goes, bam! Oh my God!
Oh, baby! You did it!
Listen, I would say to anybody new, just starting out, or big, small, it doesn't matter. You should really give them an opportunity to talk with you. Jackie Chin, her cast, her crew, awesome people.
Thank you.
Opened
You're
up
awesome.
a little bit for me. She made me open up rather.
You're cool.
But yeah,
All right.
Zombiepalooza, man, all the way. Absolutely. Love your show. Love it.
Thank you.
No,
We
thank
appreciate
you.
you. All right, so I'm going to get cast to say their final statements and their goodbyes. Whew. Go ahead, Dead Door William.
Well, thank you for stopping by, and it was awesome having you. Jackie, little side note, we got the chat going, and Matthew Davenport said he's going to post the link onto shaggolf.net or showgolf.net.
Thank you. Woohoo. Matthew Davenport's going to be coming up at 12:10, and he'll be with us until 12:50 tonight, given everything keeps working the way it's supposed to. All right, so we're going to go over to our researcher, Scott Pearson.
It has been a blast, this interview. I love it. I'm definitely going to be hunting down a couple of the books that you were talking about. I'm curious. You said that one in particular that you really enjoyed writing. Do you not enjoy writing all of your books, or is there any of them that have put you in like a bad frame of mind, a dark frame of mind that you didn't enjoy?
It's cutting out just a little bit. I got the bad frame of mind. Is there something I didn't enjoy writing?
Right. Right.
Yeah, you said that one book was you really enjoyed writing it, and it kind of sounded like, well, weren't the other ones fun?
Oh no.
I'm just curious.
That would go back to my sci-fi. Yeah. You know, I mean, it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun. I mean, I had everything laid out like I thought. It was the first book, honestly, where I thought I had it laid out, and it just wasn't. It was. I don't like it. That's why I got to pull it. I got to yank it. I've got to rewrite it. It's just.
It's a process. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Jackie's going to castrate me if this goes on too long, so let me just say I look forward to seeing you back. I really want to follow up on that, and thank you for being on.
Hey, thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Roll time. All right. And then there's Crunchy E Squirrel. He's our chief engineer. Just made chief last week. So.
Yes, awesome.
Oh.
Yeah, the family thanks you for that. All 100 kids.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming by. It was nutty. It was awesome.
Definitely. We love it. All right. Yes, we're going to have him back because we want to see what he is really capable of doing. Hmm? All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
See ya, Zombiepalooza. Woo!
Cheers. Woo! Woo, that was
awesome.
Interesting. Yeah, it was definitely raw.
That worked.
All right, go on all the way up to the top and click on the red phone, and you can click yourself out. Thank you, thank you. All right.
You all be safe, be well, keep it going.
You too. Be safe.
May the Schwartz be ever in your favor.
I know, right? All right, we got to go over and we've got SWATs. We got to go over and get Ken MacGregor, and we're going to be doing that and bringing him on at 10:15. Double D, can you put some tunes on? And I'll make sure I unmute my mic while you're going to do that for me.
He's working.
Thank you. Oh! It quit.
What? I know.
Don't quit. Hashtag don't quit. Woo! Wow. Woo! You're listening to Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Please like and share. Subscribe. Down to you are down. God. I don't care. Push up my volumes. Music's on.
This is DJ Don Long. Enjoy with me on the mix.
Nothing else people have ever known.
What? Oh.
We
we're back. I love those tunes. And Crunchy, you were singing. I love that. Love that. That was the other thing. Crunchy's got a band. It's got Pearson.
My mute button was being stubborn. It didn't want to unmute.
I know my button gets stubborn too. Crunchy and a band. Did you see that?
Yes, I did, as a matter of fact.
I think we heard some of his tunes just playing just now. Crunchy, yo! Sup? You got all kinds of stuff going on there. Alright.
Deador, where's the quadruped at?
I think they both left. Might have been a little bit too much for DD.
No, I forgot the mute button too.
Crunchy, damn.
What?
Some,
I was over here jamming away.
No, I mean, but yeah, damn.
Crunchy, did you
Yeah, we
take
do
my
cover-
hair that I was supposed to send to Locks of Love?
No. Okay,
You
maybe
were
we
wearing
can
some
check
pretty
the
long
page
hair
now.
in that. You were rocking out. You had some long hair on there, Doodles.
Yeah, he did.
Just a few strands.
He's like, girl, the hairband. Crunchy, hairband. You know what?
Oh,
I'm thinking.
Derek White Skycloud says Crunchy's new band is called Overbite. I don't know. I think he might be managing him.
I don't know.
I sent Derek a link if he wants to come in and sit on with the panel. He can do that. No. I miss that guy.
If
Damn.
not, I can send it over to him. And I can get it to him too if you don't have it again.
Yeah, send him over because I really want him to come over. Speaking of someone I want to come on over, Ken MacGregor. Well, it's time to hit that button. Go ahead and hit that link, please. And thank you.
Yeah.
And for those who want to hit a button, please, on the subscribe, Crunchy, tell them what to do, please.
Please subscribe, like, and share. The button right down at the bottom. It's a little red one. Subscribe. Helps me feed my 100 kids.
You know,
Keep my
right?
crazy wife off my butt.
All right, so we're waiting for Ken MacGregor. Woo! Said his name. Aww. Boy, he's awful young to be, writing. Oh, we got a prodigy. Hi, Ken. Hello. I see you. Well, not really. I see your little one, your prodigy here, with a root beer bottle. Come on, Ken. I need you to get your sounds up. Because I can't hear you. I know, right? He's been on the show before, so I know that...
Pre-Ken.
Huh?
That's a picture of Pre-Ken.
Pre-Ken. That's Ken. Pre-Ken.
That's before writing.
Alright, so we need to get someone to help him to get his sounds working the way they're supposed to. Because we don't hear you at all. I'm here, but my mic is failing. Alright.
No.
Well, if we can't hear you, that's going to be an issue. Do you have a smartphone that has a headset attachment? You put the Google Hangouts on there, and I can send you a link to it. We don't want him to not be on. This is what we call dead air. Trying to find the attachment.
The only thing dead around here is...
You had 2 hours to find an attachment and all the other fun stuff. I'm kind of sad that you're burning time to try and find that. I know it's okay. We had him on couple of not years, but a couple of months ago, and he did really, really great. So while he's over there trying to find his attachments, I'm going to go over and read some of the cool stuff that he sent me. Oh, are you working? Are you here? Are you with us? What was that? All right, I'm going to go back over. Okay, so Ken MacGregor's work has appeared in a whole mess of anthologies and magazines. His story collection, An Aberrant Mind, is available online and in select bookstores. He edits an annual horror-themed anthology for the Great Lakes Association of Horror Writers. Great Lakes Association of Horror Writers. Ken is an affiliate member of HWA. Yeah. And at one time, he even made a zombie movie. Why can't I talk? Whatever is in that glass is making me go blah. He made a zombie movie. Recently, he co-wrote a novel and is working on a sequel. Ken lives in Michigan with his family and 2 cats, one of whom is passed away, but is still haunting the place. Bipedals in transit, I guess you could say. And let's see, his website is kenmacgregor.com. He has a Twitter at Ken MacGregor. Facebook, of course, is Ken MacGregor Author. And you said the latest thing that he has out is a short story in the Sirens Call anthology, Horror, Odd, and the Bizarre. The title of his piece is A Clown of Thorns. Uh-oh. It's kind of scary. And it's about a nice suburban family who excels at taking out homicidal cannibal clowns. I can get into that. There are lots and lots of clowns. It features one of his favorite villains, a clown named Boots. What do you think about that?
I love evil clowns. I'm sorry, Charlotte Morgan, Velma Gigglewink. I love evil clowns. I always have, from Pennywise and even back before that. So I am definitely intrigued by it.
All right, so there is no call-in number for Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube. If you have Google Hangouts and a smartphone, you can get the link of the app for Google Hangouts, and I can send you the link for this call in your phone. You'd have to have your Facebook opened at the same time because you can't go through Google Hangouts to get here. I have to bring you. So he says, "Ow." All right. We're going to do this, I guess, the old-fashioned way. You can type. So I'm going to ask you questions, and I will say what you write. More than one way to skin a cat. We got him, so we're going to ask him. Okay, so Ken, what is your main genre that you write in? He writes in horror, and you're part of Horror Writers Association. When did you join? He says about 2 years ago now. All right, and let's see. I'm just going to leave this on me so that we don't have bounce back. All right. What is your latest work that you've written in? Give us a title for your latest book. This kind of reminds me of old-fashioned radio. It's called Horror, Odd, and the Bizarre. Very cool. What can we find in Horror and the Bizarre? Oh, and it's also Horror, Odd, and the Bizarre by Sirens Call publication. So Scott, please put a link on our page for Siren's Call publication. Thank you.
I'm on it.
Thank you, thank you. All right. So, Ken, all right, this is kind of different. What is... Yeah, okay, cool. That's where you can find his story called A Clown of Thorns. And I read your biography that you sent me, and while we were waiting to be able to figure out what we were going to do with this. And, okay, so you write in horror. What are 3 things that you believe are integral to the horror genre for you to be able to put a piece together? We're waiting for him to tell us the 3 things that he believes are integral to a horror book that he writes. He says, first, it has to have fear, a feeling of suspense and surprise. Fear, suspense, and surprises. Kind of sort of like the surprises when things don't go the way you think they're supposed to. Yeah, it's kind of comedic. Like, what's going on right now? All right, what is one thing that you believe in the genre that you write that has changed within the last, say, 5 to 10 years that you feel may be going in the wrong direction? We're waiting for him to give us a little bit of an idea about how he feels horror genre has changed perhaps within the last 5 to 10 years, going in the wrong direction. He says he thinks that too many writers focus on gore at the point of sacrificing a plot. We've had a lot of authors on, a lot of creators within the horror genre, especially within the last year and something, and a lot of the main focus is on how bloody, how absolutely kind of like disgusting it can be. Horror doesn't always have to be about the gore, though. Right, Ken? Right. So he goes on to say that he feels the story should be paramount, but too often they go for shock value. And as I was talking to him, and I said, horror doesn't always have to be about that gore effect. Talk a little bit about how you present horror in a non-graphic sense. He adds also along to that gore is fine, but it should further the story, like sex. It should have a point. What do you think about that, Scott?
Gore always has a point in the story, if for nothing else than to shock you into, oh my God, what is happening here while you're watching. It's not something that the plot should rely on, but it's a great tool.
He goes on to say that he always tries to leave something in the reader's imagination. That's a wonderful point that Ken brings up here. If you get an author who goes in and he tells you every little nitty-gritty detail about what you're looking at and what you're supposed to think and all of that, it doesn't allow for the reader to be able to have that kind of I guess that viscosity to be able to connect into what the author is doing. He goes on to say that he always tries to leave something to the reader's imagination. He thinks that the reader is way better at coming up with disturbing imagery, and if I take that to them, they'll do the rest. And you're right. Allowing a lot like what happened in original radio, where you're into listening to what is happening, but you have to fill in those picture parts. He says, I think the reader is way better at coming up with disturbing imagery, and if I take that to them, they'll do the rest. Oh, don't worry about that. You're doing fine, and you're not quitting, and that's cool. All right? So your fans are going to really appreciate that. What is one of the things that your fans repeatedly say about your works? Why they continue to gravitate towards what you produce? He goes on to say that his ideas are original and that no one else is doing what he is. And it's very difficult, I would imagine, especially in 2015, to come up with an original idea for horror. So what do you do to be able to continually improve on what you create and what you bring to your audience? He goes on to say that he's always listening to everything that's around him. You know, we were listening to our first author, JH Glaze, and when he was talking about working on his piece for the coffee houses, he said he had to travel on the subway, and he often ran into experiences that were odd. And so listening even to that maybe 8 to 10 words that he would catch within a conversation, whether they were talking to someone he could see or not, it allowed him to be able to get some new material. What do you think about going out into public and trying this out? Or have you already done that? Furthering his continuation on this particular subject, he says he's always open to new ideas and new concepts. The simplest thing might trigger a story, something my kids might say, a snatch of conversation, a painting. Yeah. There's a lot of sex in this series tonight, huh, Scott?
Yeah, quite a bit, actually.
I don't. That's just the way this one's working.
Hashtag sex talk.
Jackie Chin's newest show, Sex and Whore. Is it still relevant today? Or not? I don't know.
It has to be. You have to have sex before the slasher can kill you. That's the law.
Don't go out into the garage where all the lights are and all of the, let's see, there's shovels and axes and all of that. Do you believe that horror has too many tropes that people are trying to keep pushing so that they can maybe perhaps write their next Stephen King novel? He does go on to say about the sex thing that he has written and sold several erotic horror pieces. We're going to get him to put a couple of books out there, book titles, or website to be able to find that. And, you know, he does talk about, with the trope question, he does talk about the fact that there's always going to be copycat writers who are trying to perhaps not improve on what they've seen, but try and ride the gravy train, which doesn't really always work. All right, so he has a story called Of Devils and Deviants. There you go, Scott. Of Devils and Deviants. And yes, Scott, are you going to say
Yes.
something? Yes.
No, I was just listening. I didn't say anything.
Okay, cool. All right. He has a story called A Mummy's Curves, and it's let's see. That's the book. It's an anthology of erotic horror. Blush. I'm such a prude. I am. I am.
Yeah,
It's-
Mr.
All right, Crunchy. Okay, so now that we know that Ken MacGregor writes erotic horror, he has a couple of books or a couple of stories out there of devils and deviants and A Mummy's Curves. Wow. Okay, so we are going to ask him a little bit about his process of writing. All right, so Ken, you've gotten an idea, and you're in Walmart, of all places, and you're standing in line behind the person that's got about 50 things in their cart, and you come up with this idea about hoarding or something. What do you do while you're standing in line? Do you Where exactly is it? That's coming from Ken's side, too. I can't hear him, but I can hear banging. I know, right? And he's working on it. Yeah. Okay, so you're in Walmart behind the person that's got 50 things in their cart, and you come up with an idea about hoarding or something, and we want to know what you're going to do with that idea. Do you have like a scratch pad that you can write things down? Do you talk into your cell phone? Or do you talk to yourself and keep remembering until you get home? What do you do? Okay, he says he keeps a notebook. Do you get like one of those 3x5 something or other that you stick in a pocket? I think you said yes. All right. The anthology about A Mummy's Curves is about a guy who brings a mummy back to life by, well, really? Sounds like something Scott would do.
It's a possibility.
Scott, you got to get that one. You got to read it. Oh, boy. All right.
I'm thinking I will.
Ken, talking about the notebook and writing down ideas when he's out and about, says that he always keeps one in his jacket and he has one in his backpack. Say that 5 times fast. Backpack. Dora Dora. Hashtag Dora Dora backpack. I know, it is. It's pretty weird.
Check. Can you hear me?
I can.
Holy smokes! I got it fixed somehow. Oh, thank goodness.
Woo! And you got a notebook in your car too, hmm?
I do. Yes.
That's what you call multitasking.
Yeah, my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. That was horrible.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right, so we're going to go on more with the process. So once you get this idea to write a particular piece, what do you do about solving the problem of dialogue?
Oh, dialogue is fun because the thing about dialogue is it's always important to listen to people and how they speak, but it's never a good idea to actually use real conversation in a book because dialogue has to sound better than that. If you listen to the way people talk, there's a lot of hesitation and a lot of verbal pauses, and if you try to write that actually out in in dialogue on the page, it looks and sounds horrible. So you have to use how people speak, only better.
Exactly. All right. So what kind of ways do you use to be able to process how to handle that process of writing dialogue?
Well, most of the time I let the characters talk to me. I mean, the characters they take on lives of their own pretty quickly once you start writing. I mean, sometimes you have to fight for it, but usually characters will sort of develop their own voices as the story gets told, and it becomes very easy to write dialogue, because as long as you know who's talking, which of course, being the writer you should, they tend to just speak the way they're going to speak, and you're sort of like translating it, ideally, when it goes well.
What's the biggest?
Sorry, I wanted to clarify something earlier. It was really hard to get the order correct. The story Mummy's Curves is in a book, an anthology of erotic horror called Of Devils and Deviants, and I know that wasn't clear, so I want to clear that up.
Cool, that's where you can find it, Scott. I want to report.
I will be on it.
Cool. All right. So, Ken.
Yes.
What is the biggest misconception about writing in horror that you have found to date?
I think the most common misconception is that it's all gross, and that it's all terrifying, and that no one wants to read it because they're worried that they'll be grossed out and petrified. When the fact is, most horror is really good and really well written, and there are a lot of wonderful storytellers in the genre. And I think that if people gave it half a chance, they'd be surprised at how fun some of it is, and how entertaining it is, and how rich and full of great literature horror is. If you just look around, it's really pretty remarkable. And the genre's got a bad rap, and it doesn't deserve it.
All right, so we've talked a little bit about process. We've talked about a little bit about dialogue. We need to talk now about emotional content, because part of that is what brings the reader into the world that you've created and either keeps them or pushes them out. So, emotional content, how do you go about doing this process?
Well, I think that every writer draws from their own lives and their own feelings, and I think that if you don't, you're not being honest with yourself, and I think that will reflect in your writing. I have put many emotionally trying and difficult and disturbing things from my own life into my fiction, and part of that it's like therapy. It's catharsis. I get it out of my system and onto the page,
Right.
and I feel better. But part of it also is that I think that it lends the writing credibility, and it seems more real to the reader if there's, I mean, we all feel stuff. We all feel sadness and pain and envy, and so if you're projecting your own experiences with emotions onto the page, and you're being honest, then the reader's going to get that, and they're gonna feel the same things that the character's feeling, that you felt. So.
All right. Very cool. Thank you for that. We're going to talk about children.
Okay.
Children are often the preferred protagonist, even when the overall story is not necessarily about the child. They are picking from the wall behind or watching remotely. What do you find is so fascinating about children and horror?
I think primarily the appeal is that it's the corruption of innocence, and I think that's what makes it so disturbing, is that we see children as the tiny, helpless, innocent people that we want to protect, and when they become either victims of horrible things or the perpetrators of horrible things, or the incarnation of evil, I think that it really really impacts the reader or viewer, because it's something that we would all hate to have happen to our kids or to have happened to us when we were kids. And I think it's a really visceral, emotional impact when you have a child who's the subject of something horrific.
How has... Yes, it does. Thank you.
Mhm.
And as a mother of 6, I get you. All right. So, how has the community of horror inspired you to continue to create in this genre?
Oh, the horror community is wonderful. They're some of the nicest people I have ever met. Are writers of some of the most disturbing things you could possibly read. And as soon as I started writing and trying to get my stuff out there, I had an enormous amount of support from people I'd never met before, who were just like, "Oh, you're trying to make it as a writer? That's cool. Here's what I did, and here are some connections that I made, and let me know if you want me to read your stuff." And it's so cool to be part of that. And now that I've become a lot more comfortable as a writer after about a little more than 4 years I've been doing this, I always try to extend that olive branch of help and welcoming to new writers that I come across too, and paying it forward.
We got a lot of people that have a lot of that thing called ego, and it crushes their creativity because they get to a certain point and they quit. Not because they can't continue, but because they become so enveloped in what he said or she said or all of this other garbage that is irrelevant to the genre itself.
Yeah, my feeling on it is, like any field, there are going to be people who are petty and who are selfish, and you figure out who they are fairly quickly and you avoid them, and everybody else is pretty much great. I met Jonathan Mayberry at a con, and I heard him speak, and somebody asked him about his fame and success, and how he felt like having made it, did he have any advice for other writers? And he said, "Look, we're all in this together, and we're trying to do is put good stories in front of readers, and that should be your focus. Don't worry about anything else. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about fame. Worry about getting good stories in front of readers, because that's your job." And that really made an impact on me. I thought that was a really wonderful thing to say.
I talk with him on occasion in Facebook messages. He just got back from Italy, I think, or something. Oh, I would love to have a little bit of that.
Yeah, well, he works really hard at it, but yeah, he's a good guy,
yes.
And he's
yes, he is. All right, so we're gonna go over to language again with this dialogue thing, but it's important.
Mm-hmm.
An author's choice of language affects the audience emotional response, and emotional appeal can effectively enhance your ability to generate a sincere connection.
That's very true.
Go. And why?
Why? Well, I mean, I think it all comes down to the reason we read is to experience someone else's life for a little while, to escape out of our own comfort zone, and to immerse ourselves in another character's world. And I think that if a book is well written, you really do. You lose touch with your surroundings while you're reading that book, and I think that that's the best experience ever, because you become so much a part of the story that by the time the book ends, you have an emotional wrenching, and you don't want it to end. You want it to keep going. You're like, what? I can't. It's over. What? And it's and I think that's such a wonderful feeling, and it's such a wonderful thing to be able to give somebody as a writer, to make somebody step out of their comfort zone and out of their lives and their brain, and let them escape into my world for a few minutes. Yeah, that's a kick.
So You like stepping out into your uncomfortable zone?
Oh yeah, sure.
Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. I want you, Ken MacGregor, to provide me a logical, rational explanation as to why you create in the genre you do.
Logical and rational, huh? Okay, I can probably do that. I have always been attracted to fear, and I've when I was a kid, when I was younger and a little more spry, I would do things like climb up the sides of buildings on the outside, and I would walk out on the narrow plank over a 30-foot drop, and I would climb anything I could get my hands on, and I would take, I maybe should admit this, I would take illicit substances that would mind altering and as many as I could, and get as high as I could, and do incredibly dangerous things and pick fights with people because I was an adrenaline junkie. I loved that thrill, that fear, that need to be on the edge. And now that I'm, pushing 50, and I have 2 small children, and I have a full-time job, and a house that I'm paying for, I need to find other ways to satisfy that that adrenaline junkie in me, that need for risk and fear. And the best way for me to do it is to make up scary stories and get them out in the world so I can share them with other people.
All right. So we've got hashtag parkour safely.
I like that.
Because that's what that is. My daughter, Catherine, she goes by Ren, she does parkour. And I found that out maybe about, I don't know, 3-4 months ago that she was doing this. She's very good at it.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I'm like, as a mom, I'm like, no.
Yeah, I know. My son, I can see a lot of the same sort of tendency in him, and he's about to be 9, and I'm pretty sure once he discovers parkour, he's going to be all over that, which is exciting, terrifying.
Know it. Right, exactly. All right. Let's see. Talk about how you've noticed the genre changing in a good way.
I think, like, back in the 80s, there was this sort of renaissance period for horror when it became mainstream and popular, and a big part of that was Stephen King, of course. But I think that that's starting to happen again. I think that it's coming out of the shadows and becoming more of a mainstream acceptable thing. I think a lot of that is due to things like The Walking Dead on TV, and well-made horror movies. Like the last couple of years, we've seen some really good ones, some really original, like It Follows. Wow, that was great. I was really impressed by that. And The Babadook was another really good one that was just, dark and creepy and well-made and totally original. These are things that nobody had ever seen anything like this before, which I think we need. I think we need more of that. That's. I think it's making it so that people feel more comfortable being interested in horror, like people who wouldn't normally follow it, who are not already fans. I think are becoming fans.
Absolutely. All right. So I think people have heard me talk enough this hour. So we're going to go over to Scott Pearson. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, I have a question for you. When you're writing dialogue between your characters, do you write it in a single flow, or do you outline out what the conversation is going to be and try and edit as you go?
Actually, it's funny because I kind of do a combination of those two. I write. I don't outline anything ever. Which, once I start getting into novels, I'll probably have to figure out how to do that. But right now, I totally go by the seat of my pants all the time. And so when I'm writing dialogue, I do that too. But I also I do edit as I go in dialogue and in description and everything, just because I'm as it occurs to me, I will say, oh, you know, it would sound better like this, and I'll go back and rewrite it. But yeah, I totally fly by the seat of my pants every time I'm writing anything, because I just that's how I'm comfortable with it.
Have you ever had one that just on the first draft you were happy with?
I was pretty happy with something on the first draft, I would say. Like, I knew it was good, but I would never submit something on the first draft, because I think that's, I mean, you're going to miss stuff. I mean, even if it's really short. Like, I've been writing drabbles, which are 100 words on the nose. If your listeners don't know, they're it's really hard. It's really tight to write something like that and have it be an actual story. So it's I've been doing a lot of those lately, and I'll write them, and then I'll look at them again just to make sure I don't have any major flaws with them, and then I'll send them out pretty quickly. But if it's anything longer than that, I'm pretty careful about editing my stuff, because I want the best it can be to go to the publisher, because, you know, otherwise. Sorry, Scott, go ahead.
That's okay. One of the greatest powers, superpowers, if you will, that a writer has is that if somebody pisses you off, ooh, you get a genuine Ren and Stimpy moment, like, oh, the things I'm gonna do to you.
Oh yeah.
Do you ever make red shirts out of people that irritate you in traffic or in the checkout line?
Yeah. Actually, in fact, I can give you examples of both of those things if you want. There was a scene I was writing about a guy in prison, and he was kind of hardcore, and somebody else, you know, said, you know, what are you in here for? And he said, oh yeah, there's a woman in front of me in the checkout line. It was the 15 items or less line, and she must have had 50, 60 items. So when we got outside, I eviscerated her and I made her entrails as a hat. So I mean, it was. And that's what I wanted to do to this person in front of me in the grocery store. I was like, you know, I just want to, like, cut you open and make you wear your guts as a hat, because I'm just so angry. And another time, somebody cut me off at the gas pump, and sat there on their phone, not pumping gas, and was making me crazy. So I wrote them into a story and drove over them with a truck. So, and both of those have been published, so there you go.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, so Double D is kind of like, what, the force is not strong with you guys? Hashtag red shirts? No, it should be hashtag stormtroopers. Go ahead, Double D.
What? Yeah.
You're right.
Them red shirts die for anything. Let's see. Do you ever suffer from writer's block? And if you do, how do you get out of it?
I don't know if I suffer from writer's block. I suffer from getting the story to move forward as quickly as I want it to, or in the way that I want it to. And usually when that happens, sometimes it takes me a while to recognize it, but when I do, I usually work on something else until it passes, or I do something else in the real world, like just go for a walk, or, you know, do a load of laundry, something that's menial and doesn't take a lot of mental focus but keeps my hands busy, just to try to, you know, move past it, get my brain working again, basically. But I don't know if it's writer's block so much as it is just, as it is like writer's constipation.
Nice way to put it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to ask you for a bumper. So you're going to give me your name of the latest book, or .com, whatever, and something about Zombiepalooza Radio on YouTube.
All right, I can do that. My name is Ken MacGregor, and the latest thing I have that just came out is by Sirens Club Publications, with whom I have worked several times, and I like them a lot. The book is called Horror, Odd, and the Bizarre, and my story in there is called The Clown of Thorns, and it has some pretty crazy stuff in it with a suburban family who's well armed and kicks ass, and a bunch of murderous, cannibalistic clowns. The only way to kill them is by cutting off their heads or doing traumatic brain injury to them. And there's some Christ imagery in there too. It's pretty wacky. And you can pick that up online now on in like Barnes and Noble and Amazon.com and stuff. And Zombiepalooza Radio is very forgiving of my completely inept use of technology today, and I'm extremely grateful for them that they managed to just, push through it until I could get it working, and I'm so happy, and I'm so sorry to your listeners that they had to stumble through the first 25 minutes of bad tech.
Ken, you're worth the wait.
I appreciate that.
It was very entertaining because at the end I was waiting for her to say, Ken, let's do a bumper.
Yeah, I should type the bumper,
I don't know how that's going to work. That door always thinking. The one with no brain is always thinking. Think about that.
Because I eat lots of brain.
You did. You're very smart as a zombie. Ow! All right, so we are now at the 10:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time mark, and we're going to be going into our fourth hour. We're going to have Sean Hoade. He is always a character on Zombiepalooza Radio, and we never know what he's going to do, what he's going to look like, or what he's going to say. Think about that. All right. Thank you so much to Ken MacGregor for being on Zombiepalooza Radio. Please make sure, if you haven't already, subscribe, share, something, please. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Ken. Good night, Ken.
Good night.
Good night, guys. Take care.
Good night.
You too, Ken.
I think him keeping on trying to get that sound working was just really the epitome of what goes on here in Zombiepalooza Radio Land. And it talks about his character, too. The fact that he kept trying and didn't quit. All right, so we're going to go over...
A new hashtag.
You do.
Right. Hashtag writer's constipation. I love that one. That's going to stick with me.
It's sick. Ken MacGregor's name next to that one, please, and thank you. We had a couple other hashtags with that. We had hashtag red shirts. We also had hashtag stormtroopers. Don't stormtrooper. It's dangerous.
The lack of faith in the Force is disturbing.
It is.
Oh.
I'm sorry. You're disturbing. Okay. We need to...
Yes, I know.
I know, right? We need to help Ken
More than you know.
Released from the Force. You're going to go all the way up to the top of the page, Ken, and you're going to click on the red phone. And then you can go, bye-bye. He's awesome. He said, thanks again, folks. It was rough, but good. Gotta go. See you. All right, Dead Door, play me some tunes.
Here's some tunes for you. And you are watching Zombiepalooza Radio Live. So like, subscribe, and share.
Iibuat ang lubot, alsa ang kamot. Iibuat ang lubot, alsa ang kamot. Iibuat ang lubot, alsa ang kamot. Iibuat ang lubot.
SKNT.
Unya no, kasi may mag-drive ani ro. Ay, amba!
Of my DJ. The sound of my DJ.
Humpoor. Humpoor? Hum. Hump power. Woo, woo.
Everybody fuck it!
SB team.
Are you ready?
DJ.
You are listening to Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube.
La la la. That's how I feel right now. Right now. La la la. All right. We're back. We're live. We have Dead Door sound.
We have live. Yeah, we're live and we have Dead Door.
Hi, Dead Door.
Hopefully Scott. Hi.
Yes.
No. There's nothing up. Wait, no.
All right.
Crunchy's up there.
Did he step on the button? We kind of ended that abruptly. All right. So, you liking the show so far, Crunchy?
Yeah, baby!
That's what I love about Crunchy. He's very loud in everything. Everything he does. Blow torches, climbing the thing, and all of that, and up the trees. Yeah, I know. But you gotta be careful, you know? No going rogue. How you doing? You're sounding kind of garbled. A little bit. Okay. Huh?
He said he'll work on that.
Thank you. Whew. I don't know what's going on with Crunchy. He's a little.
I think he's got a nut stuck in his throat.
I think he had something stuck in his throat. All right, so we got Dead Door. We've already heard from Kenshi. How you doing, Dead Door? Double D.
Doing good.
Right, cool.
We're done with hump hours, so it's
I know
all
we are.
Yeah.
All right, so now we have coming up Sean Hoade. He's been on the show before, and like I said, you never know what he's going to do, or what he's going to look like, or what he's going to wear, you know, any of that, or what he's going to say. But we love him here. All right, Scott Pearson, do a sound check before I go and get him. Scott Pearson.
Scotty. First we talked about red shirts, now we're talking about Scotty and the kick.
Scott, yeah. Scotty, beam
Sounds
up
are good.
already.
There you go.
I had to go over to the YouTube page.
Oh, and?
The sounds are good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for checking,
Chats
too.
are rolling.
Right.
Oh, yes, by the way, your chat is up and rolling.
Thank you. Yeah. How's it going over there? Is it going all good? All good?
Slow but good.
Okay,
We'll
cool.
get more people in here and start chatting.
They'll see what's going on over there. All right, Sean Hoade, we're ready for you to come on by. I'm going to pick up your email information, your bio, and all of that fun stuff. And
I can't wait to ask. I can't wait to hear about Cthulhu Attacks. That's going to be good.
I know.
His new book. It just came out this past August.
Mm-hmm.
August 12th, actually.
Hey, Sean, need you to click on that button and get your tushy over here.
By the way, during the breaks, I've been reading this Tales of Apocalypse.
Tales of the Apocalypse.
You get a chance, go pick it up.
I know, it's good stuff.
Really,
What page are you on?
Good. Oh, well, I lost track of pages in the middle of the story. I'll look at that now.
People do that.
Good.
People do that, yeah. Tales of the Apocalypse is a pretty cool anthology. It has 14 authors that are a part of this particular series, and each book that is sold, $1 will go to Pets for Vets, which I think is pretty cool. And I also hear that they're going to have a round 2 coming next year, and perhaps money will be going to veterans, which is always awesome. Speaking of awesome, we have, see, I told you, Sean Hoade. Welcome.
There he is.
Welcome
Hello.
back. Hi.
I had
How are you?
technical difficulties due to being an idiot.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
I resemble that.
Right? I'm glad we can all be together with this.
I think
Tech idiot.
I think the only smart person on the whole thing is Dead Door, because he's, you know, he pulls out some incredible stuff, and I'm going, how'd you do that? So that's my double D. All right. So, Sean Hoade, you have
hello.
a pretty cool book.
Yes.
Cthulhu.
Yes.
Based.
I've,
Before we go into, yes, thank you. Before we go into all that, I'm going to properly bring you in. We've got with us on call Scott Pearson. You know him.
Yes.
Can't wait for this one. I'm so looking forward to reading Cthulhu Attacks.
Oh, thanks. It's good.
Cool,
It's
cool.
a lot of fun.
Then we've got Double D, Dead Door William.
Well,
Hello, Dead Door. How are you?
I am dead as always and living it up.
Living the dream, right? And of course,
Exactly.
and I think the last time Sean was on, Crunchy was only just the engineer. Now he is made chief engineer a couple of weeks ago.
Scotty.
I know, beamed up.
I'm the head nut here.
All right, Sean. What for you is the most challenging aspect of being an author?
The most challenging aspect of being an author?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have to say, finding a good balance between doing the actual writing that you have to do and the social obligations that you have as a human. And yesterday was interesting because I'm trying to get this book, ghostwriting book, done by the end of the month that I'm doing for my publisher. And what? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, right. Sorry. Right, ghostwriting this book.
Let me ask you this: do you have the YouTube link open as well? Because if you do, it's going to cause problems.
I just did. That's what was throwing me off. Sorry. Yeah, but anyway, so it's between balancing that and the social life, and not that I have much of a social life, but you know, I'm married and we have friends and things, and my wife was a bit upset that I was like being the haughty auteur. I have to do my writing last night when they were playing games and things like that. But you know, when you have a deadline, you have a deadline. So that's I would say is the hardest part. Not coming up with ideas, not the actual writing. Trying to get some kind of balance.
All right. Let's talk about your latest work.
Yes.
And the title is?
Cthulhu Attacks.
Okay.
I have one right here, in fact.
I know, I see that. That's very cool. I like that.
I love the cover they did.
So, talk about the premise for Cthulhu Attacks and where you got the idea.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, I'm a really big Lovecraft fan, and H.P. Lovecraft, one of his big creatures, he did certain things. They're not monsters, or they're not gods. They're aliens. They're like ancient aliens, for real. And he looks kind of like this. He's got his his tentacles and all that stuff, and he's kind of ripped actually on this one. But he's been buried under the sea for like 300 million years, maybe 500 million years, and it always says that someday when the stars are right, Cthulhu will rise, and it'll be bad news for us because to Cthulhu we're the newcomers to the planet. These are 500 million years ago. So the premise is that he rises, and what the angle of this novel is that he basically rises. How does the world realistically, or if you don't want to say realistically, then plausibly, deal with that? With Cthulhu actually rising out of this incredibly psychically strong, ancient alien god thing, and I mean, how do regular people deal with it? How do people, in world governments and things you'd see like in the 50s sci-fi movies, where America is kind of like in charge of the world. So what will the president do? And that's what you see. And then you have the army fighting them or trying to. But since Cthulhu is such a like powerful entity, it's not really clear whether Cthulhu even notices that we humans are here. And him killing all of us may be like us stepping on ants, like H.G. Wells said. Oh, I didn't even notice you were there. And so it deals. Book one, it's a trilogy. Book one is called The Fear, and that's where everything, all hell breaks loose, and Cthulhu rises, and it affects people in very bad ways. And then book two is going to be called The Faith, and that is about the different Cthulhu cults. Because in the Call of Cthulhu, the original story by Lovecraft, the Cthulhu cults were what was keeping his the idea alive of Cthulhu, even though he's buried under the sea. They knew he'd come someday. It's kind of like Christianity, really. Where is he already? But anyway, so they and then book three is going to be called The Fight, where humanity, whatever is left of humanity, gets it together enough to try to actually fight this unfightable entity.
All right, let me ask you this: in the global sense of things as they are in 2015. We can't even agree to sensibly go to a store and not act like assholes for a piece of plastic that some person in China made. How are we going to be civilized and structural enough to be able to fight something that thinks and wants to like stamp us out because we're an annoyance?
Well, frankly, we are, and I think, well, first of all, it's kind of interesting because the stamping out of humanity, as zombie lovers know, isn't necessarily a bad thing. Humanity's kind of asshole-ish and stupid, especially on Black Friday. But it's not really. It's irrelevant to Cthulhu or whatever alien god, how organized we are or anything. It depends on the people who are in who have the ability to make strategic decisions, like the president or the head of the army, chief of staff or whatever. Can they get their act together enough, just with the few people that they work with, in order to be able to defeat something like Cthulhu? And the thing is, you don't really know. Cthulhu is so alien. You don't know in the first book if he even can be defeated or if he even can be fought. We don't even understand what kind of entity he is. You see, my Cthulhu is a little different than on a lot of things. He has 3 eyes. He has an eye on top of his head like that. And
yeah, it is
different. Yeah, it's a little different, And he, I'm just gonna call him he, has that because he is actually a 4-dimensional creature, and so in the way that we have 2 eyes, 1 eye perceives 2 dimensions, right? 2 eyes perceives 3 dimensions. He has 3 perpendicular eyes, and that perceives 4 dimensions. That could be complete crap for all I know, but it sounded like a good thing to me. So so he's from another dimension, really, and so there's some figuring out of what he is, and then how to fight it, and then in the next book there's the people who represent like fundamentalists, and they take the Call of Cthulhu story, which exists in this universe, and Lovecraft, is a writer in Cthulhu. People know what Cthulhu is, and so when it comes up, someone blurts out during a meeting with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, just an AV guy blurts out, "That's Cthulhu," and then he becomes like the point man. But so the second one, you have like fundamentalists who go back to the text of the Call of Cthulhu. You have other ones that think that good works for Cthulhu or against Cthulhu will have effect, and other ones who think you just have to be saved. So it's kind of representative of a lot of different religions. But the Cthulhu cult religion, I have a lot of fun with those. But yeah, I don't think unless there's some huge event like a zombie apocalypse or Cthulhu rising and killing most of humanity, that we'd ever be able to get it together enough to actually fight something like this.
I know that you're a very busy man, and I'm kind of curious. You're not working on your book as you're doing this interview, are you?
What, during the interview?
Mm-hmm.
Like writing right now? No.
Typing. I can hear you.
I'm not even touching it. I swear, I'm not even touching it. No.
Somebody's typing.
I'm sitting back. See, if I sat at the keyboard, my face would be like this. But I sit too close to the monitor. So no, that's not me. It's not me.
Scott.
It might be Scott.
Scott, mute your mic, because you're getting people in trouble.
Yeah,
I'm guilty.
All right, shoot.
And he knows better. Come on.
Well,
get with
to the
it.
woodshed with him, I guess.
I know. Again.
I like the woodshed.
Yeah, see, right? Exactly.
I like the woodshed.
Don't put Scott out there. That's where I sleep at.
Yeah, but isn't he still human?
That's debatable.
That's up for debate.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's up for debate.
I didn't mean to touch a nerve there.
Sure.
But the two. But when I was on last time, we talked about Deadtown Abbey, which has some zombies in it. But since then, I've had 2 zombie books come out, one a novel and one a nonfiction book.
All right, let's get to it.
Yeah.
Talk about your zombie novels.
Okay. Well, this is like all, the other ones have some zombies, but this is all zombies. It's Reviva Las Vegas.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, thank you. Zombies in Sin City, Know When to Run. Kind of like the Kenny Rogers song. And this is Zombies in Las Vegas. I wrote a short story that became this novel when I lived in Alabama and had only visited Las Vegas. Now I live here, and so there's all sorts of local, verisimilitude I was able to add. And it's funny because one of the reviewers who read it, they said, "Wow, this was really dark. I really didn't like how dark it was." And I'm like, "Dude, it's the end of the world." Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry that was dark. I'm sorry that you only watched Zombieland or whatever. And, I mean, it was pretty crazy.
What did they think it was supposed to be like? I mean,
your guess is better than mine, probably. I don't know. They didn't say. They just said it was very dark, and that's not what they were expecting. But so on the back, I've got it's one poker player, 1 million zombies, not the best of odds. 8 years after the zombocalypse, Chris Newman, that's the poker player, has been surviving on his wits and his skills at the table. But now comes an offer to play in the game in the last safe city in America, Las Vegas. If he wins, he can stay safe and stay there. But if he loses, bad things are going to happen to him. And it's a lot because Las Vegas is geographically isolated because we're in the mountains, you know. It's kind of a bowl. And then I have them stacking, you know, crashing, smushing and crashing, not crashing, stacking cars to form a wall around the strip and the downtown, which is all kind of one long strip, and that becomes Dos Vegas. And I was gonna say New Vegas, but that was already taken by Fallout. So
yes.
The game, and so the other book, it's not a novel. It is actually a nonfiction book. It's called. Look at this cover. This is awesome. Look at that guy.
I like that. That's cool.
Putnam Finch is the author. Is the
Zombie
writer
School
who did these.
Confidential.
Yes.
I like
Looks like
illustrator. Yes.
my old professor.
Yeah. Right. I know. He's writing. You know, but he's good. Yeah. But what this is you know, as you may remember this, you may not. But I was the first college professor. It was at the University of Alabama to teach a full class, a 4-credit class on zombies.
That's why we brought you originally.
Yes, and a darn good reason it was.
I know, right?
But this is that class that just got so much attention, and on my website on SeanHoade.com, it's got you know, my clip file and stuff. But this book is that class distilled into a book, and it's not talking about. It's fun talking about zombies like, oh, you know, could you you know, what would you do if there was a zombie apocalypse? What kind of guns would you get? You know, kind of the Max Brooks zombie survival guide kind of thing. And this has a little bit of that in it, but it's more like, why do people say that? You know, and it's why are people? Yeah, right. And why are people afraid of zombies?
So tell me, Sean.
Yes.
From a psychological standpoint, in which you can
yes.
speak on quite eloquently about.
Thank you, madam.
Why do people fear zombies? I mean, it's 2015, really?
Yeah,
Zombie.
I know. Well, okay. There's a lot of really interesting reasons why. We could talk for the whole 5 hours of your show about why. But some of the big reasons are, I mean, aside from the fact that they, you know, are monsters that attack you. That could be anything from that could be a dog, you know, that you'd be scared of because it's going to bite you and things. But a couple of things. One is that we have in our modern society no sense of what the dead are like at all. Everything is incredibly sanitized. It used to be you'd have the body at home for 3 days, and then you'd have the funeral, and you know, and sometimes people would, you know, die in the streets or whatever, and you had you know, you saw decay, you saw dead bodies and things like that. Now it's all, you know, the car, they go to the hospital and they put them in the morgue in the cool, you know, the cold storage, and then the coroner comes, or is it coroner? You know, the medical examiner comes and looks at them, and then they go, and then it goes to the mortuary, and then the funeral director makes them look like they're alive, you know, or close, look like they did in life, even though they're dead. So when it comes up to someone is going to attack you, and even if they're not going to attack you, because I mean, if you go see a zombie movie, they're not going to attack you, right? So why are you scared, right? It's, well, you see the actually horrifying things that happen to the human body once it's dead. You always, you know, zombies always look really, no offense to Dead Door and everything, but zombies always look really terrible after a while because, you know, they're rotting. And so we don't, so that's one immediate reason. Another reason is, you're not going to be rotted 5 seconds after you turn, you know, right? If they bite you, let's say it's 24-hour turnaround time or whatever, and the turnaround time is.
Hang on 1 second, Scott, mute your mic, because I got Walla and the kittens in the back.
Oh, sorry.
Mike, mute your Scott. So anyway.
Go ahead.
No, okay. Well, it's funny because in movies, it's usually the first time someone gets bitten, it takes like 12 hours for them to turn. Then by the end of the movie, it's like 14 seconds.
I know, right?
Because we've seen him change. Same thing with werewolf movies. We've seen him change. We know what happens. All right, let's get to it. Anyway, but the one of the other things is like if someone gets bitten and turned, well, they still look like the person who they were. Like it's kind of like the Night of the Living Dead. That's not your mother anymore. Well, it looks just like her. Well, yeah, now, but she's gonna bite you and kill you. And she's dead. And what that is something that Freud talked about. It's called the uncanny valley, and there's the higher something goes on this graph, the more human-like it, the more comfortable we feel with it. Not the more human-like it is, but the more comfortable we feel. Like cartoon characters like Charlie Brown don't look like humans really, but we're very comfortable with those. As they get closer to looking like humans, right? As they get closer to looking like humans, we become less comfortable with them, not because they look like humans, but because they don't exactly look like humans. So these robots that the Japanese are always trying to get,
they creep me out.
They're creepy. They're creepy,
yes,
and they're not.
They are.
They're not creepy because they look human. They're creepy because they almost look human.
Yes.
And that's the thing. That's another, the uncanny valley. And at the very pit of the uncanny valley, the deepest it goes, is a zombie, because it is something utterly different than a human. And yet looks exactly basically like a human, except maybe the eyes are glazed over or something like that. And also maybe they have this big chunk out of their neck. That would be a sign. But so that's another thing. And philosophically, I mean, they talk about the Thanos Eros, the way they orbit around each other, death and sex. And
we did that earlier.
Did you?
Yes.
You had death and sex earlier, or you just talked?
Yes.
About
death and sex, the whole thing.
Well, when you got zombies around, you never know. But so right, and it talks about that, and basically also, and I talk about this in lectures and things that I still give, is that zombies always reflect the fears of the modern fears of the society that the zombie myth is prevalent in. The zombie myth for our Western intents and purposes started in Haiti, right? And it was in, and theirs was had a zombie master, and it was magic, sort of, I mean, they had the pufferfish toxin we know now and stuff like that, but it was basically magic, and they, and it's what religion is. But anyway, and the Haitians were people that were the only colony, or not the only slave nation really, that threw off its own chains. It was in 1804. They threw the French out and became their own country. So nothing could be scarier to a Haitian with that kind of cultural memory than the idea of, after death, having eternal servitude to a master and never being able to do anything about it because you're a zombie. So that was in Haiti, and then in 1928, William Seabrook wrote a book called The Magic Island that had a chapter about zombies, and that made it big in the West, and that's when you got White Zombie with Bela Lugosi.
1932.
1932, for the year after Dracula. So he was hot stuff. And so they, but that's what, and we also had at that time, we had military intervention in Haiti. So Haiti was kind of on people's minds. But when you get into the 50s, you had your first contagious zombies. And those, it was a movie called The Zombies of Moratau. And the first contagious zombies, the zombie contagion was caused by nuclear radiation, which it was the Cold War. We were scared of the nuclear bomb, right? We had and that's how, it's not them biting you, it's them getting close to you, and you get the radiation, and the radiation makes you a zombie. By the time we get to Romero and Night of the Living Dead, there's all the race things going on, equal rights, race rights, and also race riots. So you have a movie that's about zombies, and but it becomes this allegory about a small elite of they're the living, right? Fighting off this rapidly multiplying, mindless, what they see is this rapidly multiplying, mindless horde that wants to take what's theirs and also kill them. So it's not hard to look back at 1968 with all the race things and see the privileged elite being the white people, and they're then like the racists are looking out at the black people and saying, "Oh my God, look at this! They're having so many children. They're taking over everything." So even though Romero, no matter what he says now, had no conception that that's what he was doing at the time, that's what it was, because it reflected the fears. And I think you probably noticed, but Dwayne Jones, who played Ben, the main character, right? You know about this?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. He just happened to be the best actor among their friends, and he was black. And he didn't. There was nothing in the script. He didn't do anything that said black. Nobody said any racial epithets or anything.
Right.
You know. And so you had that. You had the black guy who was really the most together of the, and that was pure chance, it was pure luck. Anyway, and then you get the consumerism in Dawn of the Dead. You get the Reagan military buildup in Day of the Dead. And then when you start having movies like the remake of Dawn of the Dead and 28 Days Later, and those sorts of things, you have that were all so jam-packed together. The fear of contagion, the fear of the swine flu or the SARS virus. Zombieism is standing in for that. And so it reflects whatever the modern fears are. And as things keep going, as things keep, society continues to have its idiosyncrasies, I think it'll always be reflected in the zombie movie.
What, Scott?
And zombie story.
Ebola.
Yeah, Ebola, right, exactly.
Yeah, there
Ebola
you go.
sounds just like the guys with the big horns. Ebola.
Ebola. Yeah.
But that's where
People
you get.
died from that. Come on, have a little respect.
Well, they got back up.
They did.
It's not like they died from good.
Yeah, they did. And you notice we don't hear any more about that either. That just kind of like vanished right up the page.
Well, that's what happens, is that it flares up, and I enjoy this. I'm sorry that people die of Ebola. I don't mean I enjoy that, but I enjoy it that something flares up, and countries try to keep it quiet because it's bad press, to say the least. Then somebody comes over on a plane who has the virus, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, it's going to wipe out everybody in America," which is the only place that really matters. And it starts all over again, because like in all the stories, there's going to be like a government cover-up, and then it's too late, and and that's how governments treat real things. There are isolated reports coming out of Botswana that someone has come back from the dead. And so it is a fear of that contagion, like Ebola and stuff like that. Only I also talk in the book about, we talked about this last time, the possibility that some rogue, crazed scientist could put the rabies virus together with the flu virus and have this airborne and biting, basically the rage virus from 28 Days Later. But so that's all that good stuff and a lot more is in here, and it's all very entertainingly written, if I may say so myself. And it's on my webpage, and it's all on Amazon.
Talk about Tesla Trilogy.com.
Thank you. Thanks. That is the new thing that I'm doing. I really like how Tesla has kind of become the hero of technology, and everybody's like, "Oh, if they hadn't held Tesla down, man, we'd have time machines and stuff or whatever." And Tesla was a brilliant, fantastic innovator.
Yeah, it was.
And his was a lot more the purity of science rather than making lots of inventions and making lots of money, a la Edison, who in real life was not actually quite the nemesis that the myth kind of portrays, but he definitely did screw Tesla over several times. And
yeah, he's not the only one he did that to.
Oh
either.
no, I know. Yeah, so I mean, so anyway, so Tesla's getting his due now, but he's also becoming sort of a pop culture figure, in that he stands for people who are more I don't mean racially or anything, but he stands for people who are like more pure in their ideas. And he would do things, and this is why he has some things that are not they don't end up working. Like they're supposed to have this no moving parts flight machine, and I mean it had moving parts, but no like propellers or anything. It was a solid state, and it doesn't actually work because when they built it, they found that this one element goes back to its starting place every time they go back, every time it swings around, and it won't move. It doesn't move. There's no impetus to move forward or up. And I was looking at some really interesting YouTube videos on this. But the thing is, this is a really interesting idea, but he did all the experimentation in his mind. Whereas Edison had, he farted out an idea, and then he had his engineers build it, and they tested it out that way, and that's why there were so many more Tesla and Edison had like the same number of patents, but Edison had a lot more actual inventions out there. But anyway, so the Tesla trilogy is taking him as this kind of pop culture figure, very good man, brilliant man, but kind of not a little bit, not technologically speaking, but a bit naive about people, as Edison took advantage of several times, right? I'll give you $50,000 if you come up with this thing. Then he comes up with it, he goes, well, I was joking. You don't know our American sense of humor. Anyway, and the FBI, right, still has like tons of files that were Tesla's and they won't release them, which, you know, good conspiracy never hurt a person's, popularity. But anyway, in mine, it starts in 1917, and there's really no shipping in the world because the oceans are full of megalodons. If you know what a megalodon is, it's basically a really, really, really giant shark.
You don't want to be anywhere near it.
Do not, no.
It'll use you for a toothpick.
They will. They'll use you and they'll just throw you away. Okay. Anyway, so they, but you know, they died out like, you know, I don't know, 93 million years ago or something. And but Edison, so Thomas Edison in the cahoots with Joseph Mengele before he ever became a Nazi, because this was like 1900s. They go back in time and they save the megalodon from going extinct, and in a way that it will never go extinct. Then you have to read the book to find out how and why. But and then the government, there's World War II is being fought, but America can't get into the war because they can't ship soldiers over there. Everything is airships, you know, dirigibles, right? Like you get in steampunk. And guess who owns the dirigibles? It's Edison, of course. And so he goes. Tesla goes back in time and he grabs Charles Darwin to go back with them and see what they did to these megalodons. And they basically are at the Galapagos Islands, and it goes from there that they try to rid the world of the megalodons and create the world, even though they don't live in it in the story, create the world that we live in today. That's the first book. That one's called Darwin and Tesla Fight Against Darwin's Ravenous Megalodons Through the Judicious Use of Time Travel and Giant Robots. So it's kind of a geek splooge, you know, all over. And the second one, he is forced to team up with Edison in order to fight the Order of the Mystic Eye, which is this kind of theosophy, you know, Madame Blavatsky, the kind of occultism of the late 1900s. So they're doing nefarious things, and so he and Edison, you know, who were mortal enemies, they have to team up. And I've got the idea for that from X-Men 2, when what's his name? Megalodon? That's not his name. Magneto. When Magneto and Professor X. Sorry, Megalodonito. When Magneto and Professor X have to join up against a common enemy. I thought that was really cool. And the third one is Tesla and Nellie Bly, you know, the crusading reporter, and she went around the world in 72 days to see if they could do the Jules Verne thing, and she beat the 80 days, and Tesla teams up with her to fight the greatest evil that mankind has ever faced, which is Mirror Tesla. It's Tesla from the Mirror universe, who has very evil designs for our universe. So he even has a goatee. Mirror Tesla has a goatee. So
I like that. That's cool. All right. So Scott, I know that you're chomping at the bit. Go ahead.
And here I thought the greatest evil was Justin Bieber, but okay.
Yeah, well, that could be related.
That could be a fourth book.
Yeah, I better write this down.
I've got one thing to say. Your Zombie School Confidential cover has had nothing but the teacher from the wall in my head. If you don't teach them rhymes, you can't have any pudding.
Yeah,
I love
exactly.
that cover.
But you have to do it. Yeah. This is man. I'll tell you what. If you look for Putnam Finch, he is the artist on this, and my publisher Putnam did some art did the art for Cthulhu Attacks, and really loved it, and so my publisher said we want that cover. But the Tesla trilogy right now, and Jackie, thanks so much for having me on. the Tesla Trilogy right now is being kickstarted. If you just go to teslatrilogy.com, and what we're doing is you get the rewards are like the 3 books, like in paperback, you know, three audio books, the 3 ebooks, and then you also get we're doing a faux leather bound hardback gold stamped omnibus edition, like really fancy, and it's a limited run of 100, and they're going to be signed and numbered, and so it will only be available to the Kickstarter backers. So, and the Kickstarter goes through till December 7th. So, would make a great gift.
I put the link to the Kickstarter on our Zombiepalooza Radio Live wall already, and I do want to ask you, what was your inspiration for the Tesla trilogy? Because it's a fascinating concept. I love it.
Oh, well, thanks.
I do.
Well, I find Tesla interesting, but lots of people find Tesla interesting. I like the idea. It's funny because Tesla originally was not in the book. My publisher, Severed Press, which I know you guys know, they do lots of great zombie books.
Yes.
He said, well, I sold him the Cthulhu trilogy, and he says, that's great. That's not totally in our wheelhouse. It's kind of a kaiju, but, he said, we really want that. We really like it, but we would also like you to write a book with megalodons in it. So I'm like, megalodons, okay. What am I going to do with megalodons? I had previously written a book about, and this was a literary novel about Darwin called Darwin's Dreams. And so I had all this research that I'd done about Darwin, and so I decided to use some of it. I know, I'll do Darwin encounters megalodons at the Galapagos Islands back in 1831 or 32. And no Tesla. And then I kind of it kind of cooked on the idea, and I'm like, that's kind of boring. But and then I'm like, well, wait, if he gets rid of it, then we're going to have a universe that doesn't have the megalodons anymore. So how did he know? It's a grandfather paradox all over again. Hey, I know, Tesla had, allegedly, plans for a time machine using electricity, And I thought, oh my God, Tesla and Darwin together. This would be awesome. And so that's where it really started, because Tesla, you can basically have him come up with any idea that Putnam Finch is the cover artist.
Oh, and he's in the YouTube chat right now.
Is he?
So yeah.
He's great. He's great.
Hi.
He is absolutely magnificent, and he looks like a freaking biker. But he draws like an angel. Anyway, so
we're gonna have to have him on the show.
You should. He's so great. Oh my God, he's great. No fangs though, sadly. But I said to what happened is I said to my publisher, I think this Tesla thing, we could do a trilogy. This could easily. I have other people that he could team with and make these incredible, these incredible adventure books. And also, I'm not exactly rigorous on the science, because I don't know what electricity could make. I haven't seen the plans. They're owned by the government. But I try to keep the time travel idea really plausible, and I think people really like that end of it. But then so I said to the publisher, how about we make this a trilogy? And publishers, as you know, Jackie, are really into series now. And
right.
They said, yeah, that sounds great. And I'm trying to think what would make it even more exciting. And then I decided to do the omnibus edition that will look like a 19th century really cool book you'd see on some intellectual or scientist's shelves.
That's cool. That's cool. That's marketing, and it's
cool. Marketing, baby. And
yeah,
so
it is.
The TeslaTrilogy.com thing is right now pointing to the Kickstarter, but after the Kickstarter is done, and I hope I get funded, it's going to go to a page. It'll have a sample and all, like all the other books on my SeanHoade.com page.
Alrighty. Okay. We need to say a shout out to Schultz, 1963. Thank you for joining the YouTube chat. Hi, I missed you. Oh my goodness.
We have missed you big time.
I know, right? So I'm hoping that you guys are liking the way that this has changed. It's not the same that we had in regular Google Hangouts. We're fully now on YouTube. So the channel is Zombiepalooza what is it? Zombiepalooza Radio Live. And the show tonight is Black Friday 2. So, yeah.
Friday 2.
I know, right? I don't know. It's just 2.
I did have one other thing I wanted to share with you.
Sure.
The Tesla novels are going to... Okay, Cthulhu Attacks #1 just came out. I just got paid...
Yes.
Cthulhu. He gets mad when you say Cthulhu. Anyway.
Cthulhu!
Yay! Cthulhu Attacks came out in August, and now I'm finishing up a novel. I know, right? Hey, don't make him mad, I'm telling you. So, madder, I guess. But blah, blah. Then, right now I'm ghostwriting a book for Severed, which is fun, but it's weird. So I'm not going to have any book there for a little while. But then, the middle of next month, the first Tesla book will come out. Then the next Cthulhu, then the next Tesla, then the last Cthulhu, then the last Tesla. And what's great is that they have, I've really found that I do well at these conventions, like Comic Cons and the Lovecraft conventions and things like that, you know? And so my new thing, now it's got Tesla, I'm getting to go to these steampunk conventions. And we have the one in January here in Las Vegas called Steamathon 2. And when you said Black Friday 2, that reminded me. So it's really cool. It's steamathon.com, and I'm going to go there and be talking about how to write steampunk, but also be selling my wares. And I've got a Tesla coil of not very high voltage. It wouldn't shock you or anything, and I want to have it at my table. What Tesla came up with was the wireless transmission of energy, right? That was one of his big things. And so if you take a fluorescent light bulb and you hold it near this thing, it lights up. So I'm going to use that to bring people to the table, sell them some books, talk about Zombiepalooza, you know.
Yeah! Thank you. All right, and really, thank you. Okay, the other thing I need to ask you to do for me, because we don't have them on hardly at all anymore, Severed Press, tell them to get their tushies over here so we can get them some press time, okay?
I shall. They're a great publisher.
I know, I like them.
They're in Tasmania, Australia, so the time difference might have something to do. But really,
we do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I will definitely mention it. They have so many crazy, awesome books.
We've had people from, all over Australia, New Zealand. Yeah. They're like already in the next century already with their time zone. 14 hours, kind of. So if they can do 14 hours, we can bring wherever the hell they are.
I'm sure I'll be able to talk them into it.
I had this one person that came on, and it was 4 o'clock in the morning for them. And they're like, we got to do this show because it's a place to be. It just is.
It is. It's exciting. You run a good show. Your zombie henchmen are awesome. And I'm really glad to be back here.
Thank you.
And,
all right,
and Matthew Davenport is my good friend, so I'm really looking forward to talking to him.
He's on the list. See?
There he is. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Yep, there he is.
Oh, right.
Also the word stupend.
He's been in the chat too.
This is my list. Isn't that like really? I mean, I usually put it in a book. Like, I don't know, like this. And have it all kind of like in the thing
all
and
official
all.
looking and all.
Yeah.
That's all right. I would have thought it were in a book.
And there's crayons too. I should auction this.
Right? That should be.
Should auction that. All right. So we need a bumper from you. You're gonna say your name, and then a .com or hi, and something about Zombiepalooza Radio on YouTube.
Okay.
Please.
Hi, this is Sean Hoade at SeanHoade.com, and Zombiepalooza will save you from not even just zombies. They will save you from everything dangerous and infectious in our world because they care. How's
we
that?
do.
You do.
But
you care.
where else can we find your latest works? We can find you on Amazon too, right?
Oh yes. Everything's on Amazon, and everything except the Zombie School Confidential is available for Kindle as well as print book. And the print books are all available, of course. And they're also available from my website, again, SeanHoade.com. and I can sign them for people. They make great gifts.
I want a copy. I want that copy of that. No, not that one. The other one.
Or the Vegas one.
That one. That one. Ah, back up. I want Zombie School Confidential. Because that's the reason why
There
I
it is.
really wanted you to come to the show, and I want that book. All right.
Okay.
So tell me how much it is, and I want you to sign it. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway.
I'll email you with that. But these are all available on there, and my signature is awesome. You know, so
Yes, it is.
I don't know. And you get Putnam's amazing art on there.
I love that cover.
He worked on this. He sent me iterations of this for like weeks. He's like, "What do you think? You think some more decay? Should he be darker? Should his hands be rotting more?" You know, it was really great.
I just think it's really cool. It shows that it's got a lot of depth into the drawing, but it also helps you kind of like. Yeah, I love all of that. It's cool.
He's amazing. You should definitely have him on the show. He does good. He does great horror stuff. He also does like, I don't know if you call it sculpture. I guess you do call it sculpture, but like horrible beings and
He does special effects.
Well, not like masks, but like figures and things like you use in gameplay or as sort of.
Oh, okay.
And they're of course also really great. So.
All right. Well, we got to do this thing. It's called the end of the hour or the top of the hour.
Top of the hour to you.
Thank you so much to Sean Hoade. Like I said in the beginning before we got him on, you never know what he's going to do, say, or look like when he's on Zombie Radio.
That's true. And thanks, people. Thanks for going to my Kickstarter.
Please do. Please go over there and check it out. It's pretty cool stuff. All right. So I need staff to say their final goodbyes. Then we're going to go into our final, like, little thing. We're going to music thing. I don't even know where my brain went to. And then we're going to bring on Matthew Davenport. Sean, stick around. Stick around if you want. You can do that. But go ahead and mute your mic, and so that we can do the thing. All right.
Oh yeah, we got a thing. All right, Sean, thanks for coming by.
No, right? He's going to stick around.
That's great.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so go ahead and mute your mic if you want to stick around, because I know you like Mr. Davenport. DD, get some tunes on. I gotta go. La 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 la.
You are listening to Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube.
Boom!
Put your fucking hands up!
Woo!
Rebola, rebola na minha frente, vem cá novinha, rebola, rebola na minha frente. Vem devagarinho, vem devagarinho, vem devagarinho, devagarinho, devagarinho. Estica, estica, estica esse bumbum. Vem cá novinha, rebola, rebola na minha frente. Vem cá novinha, rebola, rebola na minha frente. Vem devagarinho, vem devagarinho, vem devagarinho. Estica esse bumbum.
Woohoo! All right. Ichika esse sopa.
Oh my goodness.
You like that? You're doing a little max headroom there, Crunchy.
Wait, did they have my mama?
Yeah. There's that music there. Do, 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 do.
Go to grab my gold nuts around here. Hell yes.
All right. Okay. We're going to be bringing on Matthew Davenport. I know he's been listening to the show, so we need him to go over to his Facebook page. I sent him a link for the show. Go ahead, Matthew Davenport, and click that button.
I want to give a little shout out to Matt Wiseman in the chat room. Good evening and welcome to the chat and the show, sir.
Thank you so much for hanging out in the chat. Hope you like the new digs that we got going on here. We're trying to make your experience as a listener even more incredible than what it already is.
Really, Matt? What does zombie say to the hooker? Keep the tip.
Okay.
Oh
it's
my.
It's sex and zombies today. I don't know how I got lost in all of that.
Hashtag sexy zombie.
Right. Hashtag sex and zombies. I never thought that I would have a show where we would merge the two. It's all good, right there, Double D?
Oh, yeah.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, how are ya? How are ya? How are ya?
Great. How are you doing?
I don't even know. I lost a long time ago. You know, we're pretty highbrow usually with the show, and asking questions and stuff like that. But it got away from me today. I don't know how that happened. I'm imagining it's probably going to stay like that for the rest of the show too. So we're going to properly introduce you to our staff, and then we're going to cut right into it with Matthew Davenport.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
So we've got Scott Pearson. He's head of research and all things green for Zombiepalooza Radio.
Good evening, Matt.
Hey,
Welcome
Scott.
to the show.
Thank you.
Yeah. And, of course, we got the only zombie on the planet that matters. That would be first chair co-host, Dead Dora William.
Howdy.
You're sounding a little bit more crunched than you usually do. And thank you. Appreciate that. All right. And, of course, we've got Crunchy E. Squirrel, who's just been bumped up to chief engineer of Zombiepalooza Radio. He's in the background somewhere, probably helping Double D fix whatever that is that's making him crunch.
We'll
Hi.
be back shortly.
All right.
Pleasure to meet you, Crunchy.
Nice to meet you too.
On the fly always. All right. Matthew Davenport. There goes Crunchy. It's a zoo. It is. We have you. You have some damned nice looking books over here.
Oh, thank you.
And I like.
Me. Covers
you
everything.
You did all that?
Yeah, that's all me.
All right. So we have a number of books that we are going to talk to you about this evening. We also are very interested in why you decided to pick up one of these and some of this and start this process called writing. Go.
Okay. When I was a kid, I used to have some really weird dreams, no reason other than being a kid, and I told my mom about it, and she was a huge Stephen King fan at the time, and she just told me, hey, Stephen King, she thought, anyways, I don't know if he actually ever said this, but she said he writes down all of his dreams, and that's how he makes some novels. So my first stories I ever wrote, when I was like 9, 10 years old, were about giant mosquitoes killing people. I mean, they were goofy things, but it was all horror right from the beginning.
Cool.
And
hey,
then,
you know what? There are some big bugs out there. And,
right? Exactly. Something to be scared about.
Yeah.
So basically, I just started writing everything. I love making stories, and I'm a big fan of if you want something done, just do it. And so I all throughout high school I wrote. I did a bunch of other stuff too, so that kind of pushed it off to the side. But when I got to college, a lot of my friends liked some of the stories I wrote, so I started turning stories that had them in them. My best friend since kindergarten, I wrote a story, Adventures of Matt and Bob, which was kind of a Jay and Silent Bob thing, but about our lives and stories that we did, or supposedly. But a lot of those turned towards horror too, because I've always had a huge fascination with Lovecraft. So a lot of the stories that I incorporated my friends into were either really sci-fi, which we had a couple Star Wars parodies I wrote, or really horror in the fashion of Lovecraft. So, and then I moved to Iowa. So I had an archaeology career that brought me all over the country. But I ended up in Iowa, and when I got here, I didn't really know too many people, so the writing kind of took off. And I met a bunch of people that go to NaNoWriMo, and that's how I published my first book, Random Stranger. I jumped right into NaNoWriMo. It took me 2 nanos to finish it, and the rest is history, as they say.
All right, you went into NaNoWriMo. So I want you to talk about a little bit what that is, what time of year that happens, what the process is for, what you need to do, and then we're going to go on to the next subject. NaNoWriMo.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you asked because it happens right now. National Novel Writing Month, NaNoWriMo, happens during the month of November. The goal, write 50,000 words in a month. That's 1,600 words a day-ish. And you're supposed to try to pump out a novel in a month. It has a huge community at NaNoWriMo.org, and every region has their own group that writes. I currently write in the Central Iowa region, which is a huge group, but everywhere has a NaNoWriMo group running. It's international, and there's all sorts of support. Probably the best thing about NaNoWriMo is if you don't have to write 50,000 words. You find the most value in the support. There's an entire forum and your groups. Everybody helps you just keep writing. You start to lose little traction, you just go to a write-in, sit in with some people and write. It's fun.
Yes. It's a beautiful thing. And I think if we could get more people processed into this amazing thing that NaNoWriMo is, that we would have less bickering and more writing.
We'd have more creation, and that's
Right.
awesome.
Right, exactly. All right, so a couple of cool things here. And if you're in also the chat room itself, you're going to have to mute that because I got an echo going on here. And all right, so as he's doing that, he's got a company. It's called Davenport Writes LLC, and what you do is you help promote and support writing communities through that company. Talk to me about Davenport Writes LLC.
So I started the writing and the getting published, self-published, in 2009 with Random Stranger, and it was a grind. I did the query letter thing. I tried to find agents. Honestly, it just didn't sing to me. So then after the archaeology career, I actually found an archaeologist. So what I found was, as I was working at Barnes & Noble, was that this world of self-publishing was getting easier and something people could easily fall into. So I started grinding through that and figuring out all the ways I could do that, from everything from learning Photoshop and the open source GIMP to basically getting my book in every store possible. And after years and years of doing that, I started going to signings, not even just oh, I totally lost it right there. not even signings that I would actually sit in at and sign books at, but signings I just go to visit and find other authors like me. And what happened was, about last year, about a little over a year ago now, Larry Stumbo in Iowa, he's an author here, he put together the Iowa Author Festival, and it was about 30 authors all sitting around and doing a signing, and I showed up just to talk to everybody. And as I was hearing their struggles, it sounded like stuff I'd already worked through, or stuff that I knew other people who had already worked through. So I started talking to them about ways to get around it. By the end of a 20-minute chat, really, I mean, it was just a group of the other authors were all around, and I was talking to all of them. A lot of them said, Matt, why don't you just do this for us? Why don't you just do this for us? And I was like, better yet, what if I helped you do it for you? And so that's how Davenport Writes was born. Essentially, the idea of Davenport Writes is whatever an author needs, we'll help them find. So my website has freelance editors. If you're a freelance editor, I just throw you up on the website. Freelance cover artist, you're a freelance cover artist, I throw you up there. You want somebody to show you how to self-publish your book and get it into every store possible, I'll do that too. We just opened DW Radio, and we were 2 episodes into that. And DW Radio covers author interviews as well as tips on how to monitor your own books. And we don't just focus on self-publishing. We focus on anybody who needs anything if you're an author. So a good example is traditional authors, such as Sean, good old buddy Sean. He can't actually see his daily sales. So and after the Barnes & Noble thing, I have a sorted resume. But after the Barnes & Noble thing, I started business-to-business sales, selling technology. And so for about the last six or 7 years, I've been selling business-to-business sales. So I pay attention to marketing trends and how things sell. So when I saw that Sean and other authors, traditionally published authors, can't always see their day-to-day sales, I realized that's a problem. Because if you do some sort of marketing thing on a Sunday and you can't see how well that sold until a month or 3 months later, then that's no good to you. So I actually found sites like novelrank.com and a couple others to help them see their daily sales, because Amazon's tracker for sales is an open API. Anybody can see it. So it's basically that kind of thing. I help authors market, but I also help them get anything they need in the form of their sales and how to see their sales.
All right. Purely selfish here right now.
I love selfish.
Because I love what you're saying, and boy, I want to be a part of that and allow for people to also know that there's a platform for them to get out, like what you're doing right now, and help them kind of like hone their ability to be able to talk to an audience and answer questions that, you know, are not the regular average cookie cutter crap.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. All right. So moving along, you have a real cool adventure travel story in the works of H.P. Lovecraft. The story name is it Andrew Dorn at the Mountains of Madness?
So Andrew Dorn's a series. There's book 1, and there's book 2. There's also a short story that I kind of consider a prequel, The Early Adventures of Andrew Dorn. But yes, basically, the archaeology thing comes into play again. I loved Indiana Jones growing up, so I decided, wouldn't it be better if Indiana Jones and H.P. Lovecraft met? So Andrew Dorn's kind of my Indiana Jones pulp guy. He does pulp adventures. Book 1 was written as a serial where he crosses into Nazi-controlled Germany, and he has to retrieve the Necronomicon. And that's the statement of Andrew Dorn. He meets a whole cadre of people, and each chapter has specifics from specific. It has events and adventures that are specific to H.P. Lovecraft's individual stories, and they even have play on titles. Like I think the 3rd chapter of the book is Shadow over Barcelona. So Shadow over Innsmouth is an H.P. Lovecraft book, so I turned that into a kind of Andrew Dorn adventure. That's chapter 3. And so you go on there, and in the theme of Zombiepalooza, chapter 5, I believe, is Geneva Reanimated. It's Nazi zombies versus Andrew Dorn for an entire chapter. It's possibly my favorite chapter in the whole book. But then, after that book, I wrote Andrew Dorn at the Mountains of Madness, which is a play on H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness, in which Andrew Dorn has to get to the mountains described by H.P. Lovecraft in the Antarctic that the Nazis are going to as well. They're both aware that there's an alien city down there and there's potentially weapons. So Andrew Dorn wants to beat the Nazis there and stop them from getting weapons.
You want to know something cool?
Yes.
In the Antarctic, kid you not, there is a base underneath all that snow that where it's been melting, stuff's starting to come up, and people have seen, mapped out, that there's definitively something there.
It's probably this city, and we should definitely help freeze it back over.
I think it needs to be back over, right? You know,
Good idea.
Yes.
I'll bring my freezer, and we'll all meet down there.
I know, right? I don't want to know whatever that was. It was covered up for a reason. Okay, so you have the Trials of Obed March. I'm sorry.
Yep,
the Trials
of
yes, Obed March.
Another book by H.P. Lovecraft is The Shadow over Innsmouth, which I mentioned as chapter 3 there. But
Yes.
Trials of Obed March is actually written. There's the cover for the new cover I made. It's written based on one line by Zadok Allen, a character from Shadows over Innsmouth. One paragraph. Zadok Allen is the only person in all of Innsmouth that hasn't been converted into a monster. He's still, and it's basically because he's an alcoholic that everybody hates. But he mentions that Innsmouth used to be this shining beacon of hope. It used to be a prosperous port town, and Obed Marsh used to be great until he started trading with the natives. So I decided, well, that sounds like an awesome book. So I went through and I basically found all the history I could that was in that little snippet. Researched a lot about the islands that were supposedly where he found all this, and the area in New England where Innsmouth would be. Put this all together and wrote out a long timeline. It took me over a year. This was not a NaNoWriMo story. And then I sat down and I just typed it out. And essentially, you're following Obed Marsh, the beacon of the town. He leads the town because he leads all the ships. He supposedly had a dream, said down in the Polynesian Islands we need to go there. So he decided to take his ships and start going there to trade, and he found that as long as he's willing to let the islanders teach him about their religion, they're willing to give him anything he wants, which is in the form of gold and food that washes on shore because of their religion. Things happen, which lead to him needing to bring the islanders home, and there's the local Protestant religion is kind of against it, and at the same time it's prosperous for the town. So how does a man who loves his town and wants to help bring in better schools and provide for his family and his neighbors and provide jobs for his family and neighbors, how does he say no to such a lucrative offer?
Right.
And that's probably my truest horror novel I've got. It's definitely a dark tale into the corruption of a man in a town.
Talk to me about the one that has the timepiece on front of it. I can't read the title of it.
That's my short story, Sherlock Holmes in the Case of the Murderous Confidant. Basically, it's a short story that all the evidence is pointing towards Watson as being the criminal.
Well, haha, that's different. I like that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, so you've got, you do have one that is up in the front, but I want to wait a little bit for that. I want to go over to the statement of Andrew Doran.
Yep, and that was the first one I mentioned earlier. That's this one. Basically, Andrew Doran, he's been gone from Miskatonic University. That's where he graduated. He had an argument with them, with the staff. He knows that the book they have, the Necronomicon, is dangerous, and he wants to lock it up. And they say, no, it's something everybody should be able to see. So he sees the dangers, and he decides to just distance himself from the school, and he spends some time trying to learn more about that book without actually going near the school. Then Miskatonic loses the book. And there's only one person they can call, that's Andrew Doran, because he's the only one that knows as much as he does about it, and that's kind of what he does. So they call him in to go hunt down the book and go into Nazi Germany and get it back.
I like this cover. I like this cover not, and this is a different book that I'm talking about. Okay. I like it because it has an interesting depth perception, and it has the uniqueness of, I know where's that noise coming from? Who's got kids in the back?
Oh, it might be me. 1 second. Let me go.
Yeah. I'm like, where are the kids coming from? Mine are upstairs, and I know Scott doesn't have it.
Play with us. Come play with us, Danny. Forever and ever.
Ever and ever. I know, right? Okay. I think you got the duct tape out. Thanks. All right. I want to talk to you. All right. I want to talk to you about this book called Random Stranger.
Okay. That's my first book. Random Stranger is essentially, so there's, I have a whole spiel I give on that too. So Random Stranger is, everybody knows a Random Stranger. He's helped you with your groceries. He's helped you go shopping. He's helped you, or not go shopping, but help you fix your flat. He just helps you randomly somewhere. Everyone's met one, or met many. Well, it turns out they're all the same person. His name's Randy Stranger. His girlfriend's Karma. She's kind of a bitch. And his best friend's Lucky Bastard. And somebody's out to kill them all because they're these omnipotent beings almost. They embody our ideas. And the question is, how do you kill an idea? So they also have to figure out how an idea can be killed and then stop it from happening.
Love that. I told you. I like that. All right. We're moving along. You're touching the next one. I love this kind of story. It's called The Sons of Merlin.
Sons of Merlin is actually a very long story in the making. In 2002, I started college with my best friend Bob Reynolds. Bob Reynolds had been working on this idea of the great-grandkids of Merlin. He started piecing it together. I sat down with him. I started piecing it together with him. And then we just kind of forgot about it. 2009, 2010, I put out Random Stranger, and then right after that, Bob messaged me. He's like, hey, do you want to pick this back up? And I said, yes, I do. So we started working on it again. We took all of his notes, compiled them into a big journal of notes, and then we just sat down and cranked out this story. And I mean, we actually have enough for 2 sequels that we're currently in talks about.
I love that. All right, so it's Matthew Davenport and Robert Reynolds, The Sons of Merlin.
Oh yeah.
We're going on to the next book that I like. It's kind of a play a bit from Random Stranger. It's called Stranger Books.
Stranger Books is the sequel to Random Stranger. In the first book, a kind of item of power is created as kind of like just a side quest, I guess you'd say. And in that book is all of the power of Random Stranger. So it can make random things happen if you're near it. And random is really a very broad term in the story. So I mean, a duck could just randomly come out of the wall. Things randomly happen. And so Randy has to basically find this book again because it got lost. It turns out there's a black market among these abstract ideas, and it got traded a couple times, and now someone's using it to wreak havoc on the world, and it's draining his power because you can only have one embodiment of a random or of an idea anywhere, and you learn that in the first book. As this book gets used more and more, it's gaining power, and he's losing power. So he has to find it and stop the book from being used before he fades.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, the next book is called Guard Dog.
Guard Dog's a short story I wrote back when I wrote the Sherlock Holmes one. It's kind of my urban fantasy. Guard Dog it follows a character, man, I can't even remember his name, it's been that long. But basically he's a PI, but he's also a werewolf, and his way of dealing with being a werewolf is he locks himself in a basement that is covered in Celtic runes. He gets hired for odd jobs, and that's a short story that follows him on an odd job where he has to save a girl who's magically inclined from being kidnapped and raised by people who would use her magic for bad.
I like that. All right, and the last one that you have to date, The Early Adventures of Andrew Doran.
And that's my prequel for Andrew Doran. I took a writing class just to kind of see what it was like, and they said, why don't you sit down and just pick one of your characters and do a background for them? And so I'd never actually written a background other than a couple years before Statement of Andrew Doran for Andrew Doran, so I wrote his whole childhood out, and I decided, well, that would make a great story, so I used that as the notes to build the horror story. Like, and the other Andrew Doran stories are adventure. This one's definitely horror. It's about a kid who discovers his first ghost, and it's a malevolent being in the form of Lovecraft again. It's just out there to steal him, his soul, and destroy his family. It's a little gory, but a little good too.
Cool, awesome. Then you have this final book that I want to talk a little bit about. It's called Self-Publish Without Spending Money. Talk about it.
All right. Self-Published Without Spending Money is actually born out of my Davenport Rights company. A lot of the questions that were put towards me, I decided to put into the shape of a book. It walks you through the process of basically getting your book from first draft all the way through edits, cover art, and through sales and marketing, and in front of everybody. With Self-Published Without Spending Money, it shows you not just how to do it without spending money, but also how to do it with spending minimal money as well. So a lot of, if you need cover art, and a lot of the tutorials I put in there aren't really something you're good at, you can actually, there are options to go and pay for really cheap covers that are also very high quality. In the end, cheap or inexpensive does not mean cheap. You can still get published and have a professional made product without spending a dime.
You can do that. We've been talking about those kinds of tips and tricks for, gosh, at least 2.5 years now. We've really started focusing in on how to not only create a really cool product, but to be able to get it out there and market it. It's difficult a lot of times for people to decide that they're going to go to the next level after they've finished writing. They feel that, well, damn, that was the hardest part to do. And then they get to the, oh my God, I have this book. How the hell is anyone going to find out what I did? And so people go, oh, Facebook. But that can be an ugly well to fall into. Why?
Exactly. Well, Facebook, a lot of people seem to think social media is a great way to promote things. The problem is you're only promoting to your friends, and you're only getting the knowledge base of what your friends have. Even if you have a page that a lot of people follow, most of those people, at first anyways, are going to be your friends and family.
Right.
In the end, what you need is something broader. And you can get that in Facebook if you can build a team in Facebook, a team that also shares what you share to their friends and family, and then maybe it's a tree. You've got to either build the tree if you're going to use it, or just stop using it altogether.
All right, so I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there. Okay. So I've done a lot of marketing classes. I've done a lot of crazy things. But primarily, what happens is you're going to have, because you said that tree, okay, it's going to look like a pyramid or a tree, okay, basic shape of a tree, then you got the trunk. The trunk is all those people that you know already. The tree, the branches, are what comes from those people, your network, who they know, and it just kind of builds off that way. Anyone who thinks that they don't need that for their product, I don't care what kind of product it is mistaken.
No, I agree you need that. My counter to that is that's assuming that those people are going to share and like your stuff. And a lot of the problem that authors find is that they don't. So I go out there and I push this out to my trunk. That doesn't do anything. So you've got to either build the team that's going to share that out there, or you've got to just give up on Facebook and try something different. Insanity, number one rule of sales is insanity is repeating yourself over and over again and expecting different results. And if you keep doing that and it's not changing, try something different.
People tend to get stuck on when they feel that their voice is not being heard, they get frustrated, then they get angry, and then they start to go off the rail. And I've watched this over the last at least 3 years that we've been doing this show, and I find that I've had some of these authors on my show before, and when they're on, they're like positive and they're upbeat and they're excited and all of that. And then months go by, and I watch them put these things, nobody bought a book today, or Facebook sucks, or you suck because I'm not getting sales. You know, it's got to step out of that. It has to go to the next level. Why do you think, in your experience, people don't seek other platforms, or they have to be pushed that way to do it?
There's two reasons, and I'm a pretty firm believer in these. One is persistence is key. The problem is these people think that if they just stop and sit back now that it's out there, or if they say something once in a while on Facebook, something will happen. That's not the case. If you say it on Twitter, something will happen. That's not the case. You've got to keep trying, and it can't be just a once-a-week thing, once-a-month thing, but you also can't spam your people. You've got to pick a different venue every day, or maybe even every hour, and say something in a different venue. So today is Facebook Day, tomorrow's Twitter Day, then the next day is Instagram Day, and you have to be persistent. Do that for a month, but then do it for another month. You stop, you've given up. That's the end of it. You can't expect people to just buy your stuff. The other one is that they don't I kind of lost it. It's basically on the same plan there. You can't expect it to sell itself. You can't. The biggest thing that sells more books is publishing more books. So if you're gonna stop doing anything, at the very least you need to be writing book 2.
Let me ask you something. I heard about 8 months ago that there is a golden ratio when it comes to being able to get your name out and more recognized, and that is creating books from like the 4th to the 5th book that you've done, whether it be a series or just a number of books you've written. It seems to be that golden ratio that you need to do. You got to go 1, 3, 5.
I've heard something similar. It's you have to publish regularly for 4 to 5 years. So, and that's basically the same. You've got to get to book 5 or get to the 5th year of doing persistent work. And if you're not willing to do the persistent work, I mean, I can show the charts. I can show you my own sales. I've done it for a lot of my authors. My first 2 years, first 3, 4 years, nothing. It's been dead. And then after time and building that snowball, I'm finally getting higher sales than I've gotten ever. And that's simply because of persistence and writing and writing and writing. I stink at Twitter. I'm horrible at Facebook. Honestly, I only have Facebook to keep in touch with my family. That's it. And in the end, you've got to be doing something else. So write more. Talk to everyone. Network. Networking is probably the key thing you can do outside of writing another book that sells more. Talk to everyone you can, even if it's just somebody at the subway down the street. Be like, hey, while you're making a sub, you ever checked out my book? Well, I don't care. Fine, but you told somebody else about it.
And somebody in that subway is going to be listening and go, wait a minute, what book? You write?
Exactly.
Have you ever had someone come up to you and say, really, you write this, and you're really good at getting people interested in what you write. Why are you writing this? You could be writing that.
I don't think I have. I think a lot of my fans have agreed that I need to write more horror. But I think the same thing. I need to write more horror. Those scenes in my books, even Sons of Merlin. Sons of Merlin is kind of a young adult book, and one of the best scenes in it is probably one of the scariest. So it's just a matter of I think I need to. I think, and I think my audience agrees, that when you read my horror books, it's probably the venue I should just stick with.
Talk to me about how you see your genre changed within the last 5 to 10 years, and where do you believe it's going?
I think, so I write, my genre I would describe as horror and fantasy. I do a little bit of both, usually a good mix. I would say horror is coming back into its own. I feel like mid-2000s, it was kind of starting to sag. You weren't seeing a lot of people reading it, or at least talking about it. But now I'm seeing it pick up. I'm seeing a lot of people everywhere I go. Somebody's reading or picking up a horror novel. But at the same time, in removing it from the categories at Barnes & Noble shelves or from whatever other bookstore you go to, I feel like people are seeing horror now as just plain literature that has a scary twist. And that's awesome. So I think we're going to see more of that. I think you're going to pick up a sci-fi novel and you're going to find out it's a horror novel in the end, and that's okay because it's still sci-fi. It can be other things. It's giving another dimension. We're breaking the genre, and that's good.
All right, I want to go into a little bit of the tech side of what you do. You like watching films, right?
I love films.
Yeah, and there's a background to the film. It's called the musical score.
Okay.
And you think about that in terms of pace. Okay?
Okay.
Just as a film needs a musical score for pacing, what do you use, what method do you use to help pacing for your works?
That's actually fun. If you go to simplynoise.com, just go to the website and then just lower your browser. It's just static. So I plug my headphones into my computer, I turn on Simply Noise, and I just write. And that gets me at least 2,000 words a day. I just got to pick an hour and put on Simply Noise.
I love that. Love that. All right, imagery. Okay. You write in different formats, and the imagery is going to be technically and literally different. Yes. How do you go about changing up the imagery to be able to fit the genre in which you're working currently?
When I'm writing, I don't think about the genre, even though I know I'm kind of sticking, like Andrew Dorn, I know is an adventure kind of horror. Trials of Obed Marsh, I knew was horror. But when I'm writing, I think about, it's more whether or not it's first person or third person, really. Andrew Dorn's written in a lot of first person, so a lot of what you see is through his eyes. He's not going to sit there and focus on the 8 cracks in the one wall as he comes in. Instead, he's going to focus on how many people are in the room, what they're holding, what they're dressed as. as what the general room looks like. It probably was, oh, this used to be a gym. This would be an interpreted journal. So during the book, you'll get some imagery describing basically the cells or what the refinery is like or what living on the boats is like. And that's still, even that ends up being ways of life as opposed to description. But in Sons of Merlin, I was trying very clearly to set up, you want it to be the world of Arthur and the world of Merlin and the knights. So you kind of want to build that imagery based off of things that everybody kind of expects. It really depends on basically first person or third person and what the goal of the story is. And if the goal is something that everybody kind of already knows, you want to at least throw in some imagery just so everybody sees it. But generally, I just put in enough for people's minds to fill in the gaps. And that you see that a lot in my first person novels.
And that's really important. The other thing that's really important is that first paragraph. What is the process for you to start melding yourself into that particular world so that you can get just the right attention to that first paragraph so that we, as a reader, a consumer, can fit right in immediately?
My idea there is to almost always, I actually can't think of a time in which I haven't done it, action sentence. The wind blew, the bookshelf fell over. My first sentence, I don't even worry about the paragraph. I want that first sentence to grab you. So something has to happen. You pick up any one of my books, I guarantee the first paragraph, the first sentence is going to have an action line in it.
Very cool. Listen, people, because I've had some people come on and say, I'm going to write in this particular area, genre, whatever, and I'm going to ignore the tropes because the people, well, they're already going to figure it out, or they're going to add to it, or they're going to whatever. What do you say to people who choose to avoid, almost even on purpose, certain platforms that are designed within particular genres?
I would say specifically, first determine what your goal is. Anytime somebody questions you, well, you seem outside of the trope, or you seem to be breaking from a platform that's specific to your genre, before you answer the question or you address the statement, what is your goal? If your goal is to make money, then what they're saying is correct, because those tropes and genres and platforms exist for a reason. I mean, people go to Sci-Fi Channel because they want to watch a horrible sci-fi movie. You know, you go to these places because you want it. If you're writing because you want to make money, you're doing it wrong if you're breaking platform. If you're writing because you want to enjoy writing and you want to reach a certain number of readers and you just want to write for an audience, but you don't really care what the audience is, but you just want to make sure your work gets out there, break them all. Break every rule you want.
Yes.
It's really dependent on your goal before you answer that question.
All right. You've written a number of books. I want to know what you've learned about yourself in that process of writing and completing finished products.
You can't research enough. Even when you think you've researched everything, research more. Trials of Obed Marsh, I researched that like crazy. I learned everything I could about 18th century or 19th century sailors, about boats, about towns in New England at that time. And then one thing, first review I got, most painful thing, I wrote down that they were all Catholic throughout the whole book. They're not, because New England during the 1900s or 19th century was Protestant. So the good thing about being self-published is I can literally go in, fix it, and there it is, but the review stays up. So research, because even if you've researched all the way to the hilt, let like 40 different beta readers, not 39, not 38, 40 beta readers go through it and make sure they're all well educated, because that's basically, you can't research enough. You can't. If you're writing like Andrew Doran, I did tons of research on that specifically because it's going through Nazi-controlled Germany during the 40s. I wanted to know where we were, what was going on in each area, like Andorra. Nobody knows anything about Andorra. Well, I Googled and I grabbed books from the library. I did everything I could for research on that. You can't research enough. Get your research.
Yes, thank you for that. All right, what has been to date your greatest accomplishment?
Oh, that's marrying my wife.
Cool. Good answer.
Right?
Well said.
What
That's
has
who we
been
keep on looking at to the right.
your greatest accomplishment in your writing process?
My greatest accomplishment in my writing process is, I think, when I first understood that writing 2,000 words in a day isn't difficult as long as I want to do it. If I don't want to do it, don't try to force it. Back when I started NaNoWriMo, it was kind of a chore, trying to get churned, trying to figure out what exactly I've got to do to get there, and I didn't think it was possible. I was like, 1,600 words, forget that, man. But it's just like everything else. The first time you ride that bike, you're going to fall a couple times. You're not going to go fast. You're not going to be taking corners, leaning into it, you know. Once you get past the first month or however many hours you need to get good at it, it's just a matter of keeping up with it. I mean, if I try to get on a bike after 10 years of being off a bike, I probably wouldn't be able to do it, but I'd need a little bit more practice to get back to where I was, but it wouldn't take long to get back there. And so, analogies aside, of course, but so with writing, it's the same thing. You just got to keep up with it. Give yourself a habit. Once you make it a habit, and that's probably my biggest accomplishment, I would say, personally. I mean, not like a big award or anything, but just saying I know I can because I do.
All right, we're going to go over to Scott Pearson. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, I have a first question for you of when I'm writing, I tend to create my characters to the point where they pretty much self-determine where the story's going to go. Do you do similar?
So what I do when I create characters is I stole this from another podcast I actually listened to. I kind of cast my characters based on actors and characters in movies or books that I really like. And so I do find that if they're a strong enough character, which is my goal, they do end up taking over the story. But with the way I write is I plot it all out in a journal first, and then I sit down and I type it. And so even if they're going to take over the story, I know well before I get to the typing stage.
Okay. When you're do you pull dialogue just in a flow when you're writing it, or do you go through and block out a conversation and fine-tune it in?
It's probably within a flow. Specifically, that's probably the time in which, to connect to your previous question, in which the characters have the most reign to kind of run away with me. I want my conversations to feel like conversations that I would actually have in real life. And in doing that, I want the characters can end up taking over the entire book in that regard. All of a sudden the conversation goes to a place where I'm like, oh, the only way out is if he says this. Well, now the conversation's going a direction different than what I wanted from the story. So I do write in a flow. I don't just block it out and then drop it in later. It's part of the narrative, but it's also where I can lose control.
All right.
Have you ever had a...
Go. You go.
Okay. Have you ever had a new project spontaneously erupt while you were working on a different one and refuse to leave you alone until you put the one you were working on down to focus on it?
Yes. Right now I'm working on a horror novel I call Satan's Salesman. Essentially, I usually, when I go to signings, I sit across from another author named Catherine Doherty, and she writes a romance novel called She Promised Her Heart. And she's always handing out these shiny pennies and saying, a penny from heaven, a penny from heaven. And when they walk by her, I go, hey, it's better than $1 from the devil. And from that, I've been in the middle of writing a story with my brother for a while now, and I can't let go of this idea of the dollars from the devil. So I'm writing Satan's Salesman at the same time.
I love that. I'm doing that writing thing right now. Diablo, $1 from Diablo.
Oh, there you go.
Please, sir, may I have some more, sir? Yes, you may. All right. I know, I'm crazy. That's why I do this. I hang around with zombies and squirrels.
I know, I'm surprised you're still sane.
And then there's Scott.
I'm not a zombie. I just play one so that I can get away without being eaten.
Oh,
better safe than sorry.
No,
you didn't hear that, did you?
That's good. All right. So
My
what do you
ears
think?
fell off.
Your ear fell off. Right.
Gorilla Glue.
So what was the name of the podcast that you were like, the other podcast that you listened to?
Oh, the one that gave me the idea. I actually listen to self-publishing podcasts. They've got a lot of good ideas from time to time.
Self-publishing.
Yep, self-publishing podcast. It follows Johnny Truant, David Wright, and Sean. Oh, I forgot his last name. But they're all, they get a little off topic sometimes, but they follow on things that authors should be asking, like they go everything from how to cast characters when you're writing a story, to the notes you create, to next steps, getting published, getting promoted, that kind of thing. It's a great start for any writer, traditional or indie.
All right, so I'm going to ask you, I know that you probably hadn't heard about this show before we asked you to come on, but if you have, yay. What do you think about the way this platform is and how it would fit into what you're trying to do?
I guess clarify the question. Like, what do you mean, reaching authors, or?
Right.
I think this is genius. Bringing on authors or creators to talk about what they do, but also to outline not only what they do, but make it a discussion. Like, a lot of what we've talked about has been a discussion. I mean, it's an interview too, so I'm filling a lot of gaps. But at the same time, authors need to hear what others are doing. They need to hear me and what was S.k. Ballinger talking about. You're not going to get sales right in the first couple years. They need to hear. They need to hear that indie publishing isn't necessarily better, but it's different. They need to hear that traditional doesn't give you the best reports. That way, they can iron out what they need. Because I mean, if you're an author and you need traditional, or you need regular reporting, and you also need marketing, then probably going traditional isn't for you.
Right.
And now that it's not for you, where do you start? So I would say the platform you're using, doing the Google On Air or the Hangout, and talking to people, having the visual there, shows that we're real people and gets us in front of the right audience.
Do you have any of your books that you can put up so we can see them?
Oh, right here. There we go.
Woo!
Lord and Trials of Obed Marsh.
I love that.
Rock on.
That's pretty cool. Yes, right. Rock on. All right. Wow. We are at the top of the 1 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time hour. I need you to give me a bumper. Okay, so you're going to say
All right. I've been planning this.
Your name.
My name.
What you're going to be, your .com or your whatever, and something about Zombiepalooza Radio on YouTube. Go.
All right. My name is Matthew Davenport, and if you want to find me and a lot of what I do, you can go to davenportwrites.com. And as for Zombiepalooza Radio, Zombiepalooza, helping us survive the apocalypse 5 hours at a time.
I like that.
You can have it.
It's so Davenport.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes, please do. All right, so we are at the top of the hour, so I need to get staff to be able to say their final comments and or their goodbyes, and then we're going to ship it over to closing up. Go ahead, Scott Pearson.
Matt, it has been fantastic talking to you today. I'd like to put one thing out towards your marketing. It's a little something I came up with last year called an audiograph for your audiobooks.
Okay.
A recorded 30-second to 1 minute personalized, if they pay like $5 extra or something like that, personalized, hey Jen, hey Scott, thank you for buying my book, da-da-da-da-da type thing, and I call it an audiograph.
I love
just wanted to put the bug in your ear so that you might be able to put it to use.
I love that idea. I'll figure out how to do it, and I'll make it happen. That's genius.
All right. It has been fantastic.
It's been a pleasure.
Listening to this today.
Look forward to hearing you come back.
Thank you.
All right, we're going over to Double D, Dead Door.
No, me first.
Oh, I'm
Double
sorry.
D closes it.
I'm sorry. Crunchy.
Poor Crunchy.
I know.
She is just nutty tonight. Thank you, Matt, for coming by. Yeah. Thank you, Matt, for coming by. Awesome interview.
Thank you very much, Crunchy.
I know, right? I love him.
Now it's
He's
me.
awesome. On whose part? Let me think about that. All right.
Fine.
Go ahead. He's gonna put those two. They argue so much.
Oh, I believe it.
I don't understand
Yeah, they
how
do.
they do this thing, but you know, and Crunchy, he did get a raise. He's chief engineer of Zombiepalooza Radio. So, and I gotta get his page changed up to reflect that. But yeah. Also, before we go directly to Dead Door, please, if you haven't, subscribe to the channel, because that's how we get more and more people to see what we're doing here on this crazy show.
That's
And,
the tree.
you know, that's right. It's the tree.
You got a network.
That's right. All right. Go ahead, DD.
Make sure you like, subscribe, and share to Zombiepalooza Radio Live on YouTube. Matt, thank you so much for coming by. Awesome interview.
Pleasure meeting you, Double D. Thank you so much.
Yeah, definitely. And for the other authors on tonight, everybody, y'all have a good night, a good morning, and a good evening.
That's all, folks.
Thank you guys in chat. Good night.
Hashtag